Good evening, everybody. How are we all doing out there? How's you two guys doing?
Alive.
Yeah, I'm good. I am good.
Barracks.
No, I'm actually.
Good. Good to hear it. See, you speak about him enough and he appears first in chat.
He's a bit like Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Right, you get it?
All right, dude.
Well, he looks a bit like Beetlejuice.
A potato head version of.
An Irish Beetlejuice.
Oh, man. What's been happening? Oh, more what a nightmare, Matt.
Well,
There is that.
you ain't skinny enough to be a nightmare before Christmas, mate. Sorry.
I don't think any of us.
Oh, so I saw a great meme earlier on, and it was a wet dream should henceforth be renamed a nutmare.
Steve, how you doing, buddy?
Hey,
How's it going, Steve?
Yeah, we thought we'd do a quick live stream. Did think about it because we could have done one next Saturday, but I've got to be up early on Sunday. Guitar show next Sunday.
Apparently, I'm away to Turkey in 3 weeks tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very nice, mate.
She is.
Yeah, man. Going to Marmaris. Hey, Lisa.
Do you good to get away, mate?
Oh, you're not fucking kidding, man. Need a break.
Nice.
Not that life's fucking mega stressful or anything, but I mean, just
it's
been
nice
a
to
rough
get
one all the same.
It's just nice to have that break, though, isn't it?
It's been a rough fucking. It has been a rough year, to be fair.
It's been a rough few years for a lot of us.
Yep. Minus May, of course. May was fucking fantastic.
Yeah. There were a good day in May.
Yep.
Do not worry. Comrade Starmer is going to make it worse.
Yeah, apparently we're banned from streams. We've got to get up early next day.
On a school night.
Yeah, on a school night, and we can't mention a certain American.
Right, got you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, that one.
Apparently, his name's still Mud.
Does it rhyme with clot?
It may do.
Oh, okay.
He's in this house when I rolled into bed at 5:30.
The Beetlejuice of music, you mean?
That's the one, yeah. No, Gary. That stream lasted nearly 8 hours.
Yeah.
It was 15 minutes shy.
Yeah.
No. Let's actually just be clear. It was 14 minutes just shy.
I was getting to that point, like doing one of the charity lives, where I was getting to that point where I'd gone past tired. So past tired, I was just like, yep, we're an autopilot. Whatever comes out is coming out now.
You were doing your best impression of Mike the Sundial.
Yeah.
I did notice the eyes glaze over at some point.
And those comments he made regarding things that go bang.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jeez, yeah, man.
No.
That was fucking heavy, man. Yeah. I did send him a nice wee message.
Yeah, I called him them nuts.
Yep.
I've called him lots of things, mate. Usually,
I just said, love you, but I love you, but you're still a ball bag. Oh, no. That was my perfect opportunity to call him a cunt.
Yeah. Now you've got to wait another 12 months to do that.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Fucking too slow.
You're talking about him nearly too much because you're.
It's all right, so long as you don't say his name. So long as you don't say the name.
Don't mention the name.
I don't want to risk it.
Oh, dear. Although, not speaking to her. I did get that new course that he's just put out. Holy crap, yeah.
That was a good fucking discount, man.
Yeah.
So is it like tracks that you can mix yourself then?
Yeah, tracks you can mix yourself, and he goes through
tutorials.
Yeah, I think there's about 7 or 8 videos.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, but he sort of goes through what he'd do with that mix nowadays rather than what he did then.
Mm. I remember him saying.
But yeah,
is it not on here that he said I'll maybe make that one a course?
Yeah, he did.
There you go. You had to hear first.
Yeah, I see. You get all the exclusive on here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the fucking the drums.
It's kind of the similar idea, Gary. The fright box.
Yeah, it's like that, but you've got to do all the editing yourself. It's like this is what you're going to get in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bad idea, to be fair.
No, well, this is it. Because like what he says, he's not saying that there ain't another course out there like this. He just hasn't found it yet.
Oh, so you need to line everything up and shit.
Yeah.
Clock it.
Yeah.
And whatnot. Ah.
So he's really dropped you in the the shit. Let's go.
I love doing that shit, man. Because that's what I see when I'm doing like covers, especially the electronic stuff like the Prodigy.
Yeah.
Or anything with samples. You need to be able to do that. Because the samples have all got to be chopped at just the perfect fucking spot, but at the same time it's also got to be chopped at the end of the sample at the perfect spot, so that when you stretch and manipulate it, then you can line it up.
Here he is.
I love doing that shit.
It must have been it must have been in cardiac arrest from what we were talking about before stream.
Oh,
I am not repeating that.
Are you not?
I'm just in my head. Oh.
Bill, right. I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to think of Floor Jansen. Okay. Now, put her in a sexy nurse's outfit.
Yep. But she falls and hurts her knee. Oh no! Here comes Nurse Tatiana from Ginger.
She's got to be in the seamed stockings.
Can somebody phone an ambulance for Bill, please, Bill?
Somebody phone Bill, make sure he's still alive.
But no, I like that though. I like that about the course, if it's teaching you how to fucking do the editing as well, because that, like you said, that's real world fucking shit.
Exactly.
Because I remember, I know now, after doing it with the guy that mixed and mastered my album, I sent the tracks I sent them, they were completely unedited. I never even thought to do that, because I just thought, oh well, he's probably used to doing it and does it on a daily basis. You know, that's just the way it's done.
What he said, Yeah, because I've only sort of got into the first sort of 1.5 videos. From what he said, there was some editing done, but it was very poor, and even the fucking tempo mapping were wrong.
Is that just like a one-off price, or is it always that price? That one?
I think that's. I think at the minute it's on.
I know the discounts maybe a one-off now, but
yeah, the discounts are one-off. But I think at the minute, I think he's got it on at £30 at the minute, or roughly £30. So I think I think that's like introductory offer.
Right. I might get it when I come back. I come back from Turkey then.
The Labour Manifesto, is that what is titled? It's actually titled The Dummy's Guide to Politics.
No, it's actually entitled 1984.
It's. I think on the spine it reads Necronomicon.
Yeah. D-Dub. How you doing, buddy?
D-Dub.
Yeah, we saw it on Amazon for £6.66.
Yep. And to get into number 10 these days, you need to say the password, which is, I believe, Klaatu Varada Nikto.
Oh, so we thought we best buy that before it gets banned.
Well, we all need a good laugh, don't we? You know, Labour's manifesto.
Yeah.
Or burn it, they might burn it. They might start, book burning sessions and whatnot.
Well,
you just never know these days.
Well, are we saying that Keir Starmer may be heading down the road of another great
No. I'm just taking the piss.
I'm not. That's the problem.
Listen, folks, these are opinions. We are actually allowed to have them.
This arsehole's allowed an opinion.
I've got to the stage where I couldn't give a shit now because, everyone's got their fucking issues. Exactly. Every politician's got their issues, and they can't be any worse than the last one. And then the next one comes in, and sometimes they are.
Well, do you reckon they have a secret bet between them to see? Oh, he was
the biggest dickhead.
They probably do. Because a lot, see, although when they're in Parliament and you see them fucking shouting abuse at each other, see, as soon as they walk out of there, they're all fucking buddies.
Yeah, they're all buddies. They're all in bar getting fucking pissed together.
Aye, they all walk out of there and have a fucking laugh.
If that's all you've got to do to be a politician, that's us three sorted.
Yeah. We can abuse each other any day of the week. Some people pay for good money for that.
They do. Mainly politicians.
Yeah. Cynthia Payne, fucking hell. That's one for teenagers.
Listen, DW, a Wookie's never wrong. They're always right. Wookiees are always right. Let the Wookiee win.
You've Enniskillen near me, right? They've just had their Pride March.
Mm-hmm. That's not a euphemism for July the 12th, is it?
No. All the July the 12th people, right? All the July the 12th people
just angled everybody in there.
Facebook Pride channel on there. Giving all of the fucking, you fucking faggots and you blah 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 gay people.
No fucking way, man.
It's all getting out of hand. At the end of the day, they're having a Pride March in Enniskillen, just a small Irish town, right? Fair dues. It's not doing anyone any harm. All right, it showed the town up a bit, I suppose, but big deal.
No, but if it shook the town up, it's only because the town probably allowed them to shake them up.
Yeah.
But they got their backs up, so therefore it had an effect. If you just kind of go, I'm still able to sit and eat my lunch and eat my dinner, doesn't it fucking bother me?
But we saw an interview with our local MP, Dan Jarvis. It was the Minister of Security.
Right.
And there was a lot of words, but nothing was actually fucking said.
What's going on with politicians? But have you been seeing this lately? Every politician seems to be having real fucking problems talking these days.
Yep.
They're all fucking really struggling to find words. Like I don't know whether it probably is just media's getting more focused on it, because drawing comparisons to Biden. Do you know what I mean? But I've noticed, like, Donald Trump was on some rally and he was getting, it was a town hall that he was doing. And so he was getting questions asked. And somebody asked him about the rising costs of childcare. And his response was, well, they haven't seen my figures, and, my figures are basically, when I was in, but the figures, that's literally the way he was talking. It was like, he couldn't fucking find what he was talking about. And then there was somebody else getting questioned in the same thing, fucking the word salad, exactly.
Yeah.
And I later actually fucking wrote a fucking phenomenal song about word salad called Word Salad. Word salad, no ballad.
You don't think that politicians are all using AI technology, do you? All politicians are controlled by artificial intelligence.
Well, Robin Williams used to joke about that in one of his sets. He done a skit about in one of his sets about Ronald Reagan. And he said all politicians are basically just robots. And he says, you imagine Ronald Reagan delivering a speech from the White House, my fellow Americans. And then the camera pans down and Jim Henson's underneath with his hand up his ass.
Yeah,
pull the wires!
The president's brain is missing.
It was replaced with a bag of sand.
No,
name the movie.
Bill. Matt
can't
drew
name the
my
movie.
personality.
Yeah, exactly. Bet you can't name that movie. The president had his brain replaced with a piece of his brain replaced with a bag of sand. Yep. I think Spit and Image actually kind of took the Robin Williams joke and kind of elaborated on it. Because if I remember right, Ronald Reagan was pretty much a robot. I know they done it with John Majors.
Yeah, they did.
John Major. They done it with him. They made him an android and had him like painted completely grey.
No, I can't think what film it's from. So
some kind of crazy Bubba Hotep. And if you've never seen that movie, you've never lived. It's Bruce Campbell playing Elvis, who didn't actually die. He decided he would take the place of an Elvis impersonator who swapped places with him. The Elvis impersonator died and left him with no career, so he basically became an Elvis impersonator who then retired and goes into a nursing home and is basically dying of testicular cancer. But while he's in there, he meets JFK, and they have to basically survive an attack on the nursing home from an Egyptian mummy.
Yes, I absolutely. I was stoned when I watched it.
As was I. Twice.
Go on.
What? Gary's never seen the Holy Grail.
No.
Oh, fucking hell. You've never seen a what? A grail?
Father smells of elderberries.
There are some who call me Tim.
All right. If he hasn't seen that, has he seen Blazing Saddles?
The only part I've seen and remember for it is the Black Knight. All right. We'll call it a draw then.
Tis
but a scratch.
Come back, you pansy!
He hasn't seen Blazing Saddles.
Jesus Christ, Gary, do you have a sense of humour? I thought you were Irish.
Get me his address. I'm going to go and beat him with a wet copy of Blazing Saddles.
It's just as well it's a fucking soft border, Gary, because I think both of us are going to have to come down there and fucking show you what humour is.
I agree, Steve. We're going to fetch the holy hand grenade of Antioch.
Yep. Should style. Skip number 3. Having going straight to 4.
Now the show's just going
Must
to be
return to
Monty
2.
Python quotes.
Let's freeze up.
In Castle.
Are you sure it doesn't say the castle? Come on. Life of Brian. Oh, Jesus.
Another classic.
Anything that has been blessed with a touch of Monty Python, just anything to do with them.
It's the fact that in Life of Brian, in the middle of the crowd as they're on the way with the flip-flops, you've got Spike Milligan in the middle of it.
Yep.
Looking very confused. It's just
brilliant. I heard something today, apparently. Spike Milligan just turned up on set.
He did.
He was supposed to be in the film.
Yep. Well, he was best mates with a couple of the Python team from the Goon days.
Yeah. Well, because they sort of copied aspects of the Goons, didn't they?
Well, who was it? It was with the Goons. It was, I think, Cleese was for a time.
Cleese.
At one point.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was Eric, not Palin, I think was.
Palin
I think it might have been, yeah. Or was he doing some writing or something for them?
Maybe.
You were involved.
But I know Cleese definitely was. So, they definitely brought that over with them.
He did the other show.
That was just, the Goons as well was totally at a fucking left field.
I know John Cleese did. That was the week that was, didn't he?
That's right, yeah.
There's a sketch with John Cleese, Ronnie Barker.
Yep. I was just going to say the Ronnies as well.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
all
not
of
the
that.
9 o'clock news.
All of those as writers.
Yep.
The humour that was in that lot. Oh.
Well, there was a semi. It pretty much was like a documentary, but it was dramatized. I cannot remember for the life of me what it was called, but it was all about the Pythons.
Yeah.
Coming out of the TV series and writing The Life of Brian.
Yeah.
And the team that they had playing them were incredible.
Yeah, it was.
Absolutely incredible. If you closed your eyes, you would have swore you were listening to the Pythons.
Yeah.
But in that, you find out that all the comedians that were involved with the BBC were all best buddies. They all worked on the same floor. So they all were had their, get your heads out the gutters, but they all had their fingers in each other's pies.
Right.
Can you imagine?
I know Graham Chapman would have liked that joke, but
we would have loved that joke. Yeah. Can you imagine working with that lot on the same floor, though?
That would have been, dude. I mean, like them, they all had their big blowouts, went their separate ways, and then got back together again, and then agreed. Yes, there was shit times, and it was shit at the time, but looking back, fucking do it all again in a fucking second, because it was the best times of their lives.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good point, actually, Stevie. Yeah, Marty Feldman.
Marty Feldman, yeah.
Very, very funny man.
He was with the Goons, was he not?
No.
Or no, he was with the. That was team. I know he was with one of the teams. He was with one of the comedy trips.
He then did a few shows on his own. He did like the Marty Feldman show, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And then he went on to do quite a lot of
some stuff with
Dudley Moore.
On that was the week that was as well.
Dudley Moore, Peter Cook, and cool.
Peter Cook, Dudley Moore.
Oh, yeah.
They were fucking hilarious as well. But I mean,
they would. Yeah, but I don't care what anyone says. You can watch that again now, and it's still brilliant.
It's hilarious, man.
Yeah.
Any observational comedy is hilarious because, I mean, even though it's of a time, a lot of it's still relatable.
In there that you don't see every time. You just pick up on it.
Yeah. It's why so many people go back and rewatch comedy shows and sketches and live performances over and over because you're laughing that hard a lot of the time that you miss most of it.
Miss a lot of it, yeah.
You know?
Psst, Betty.
You need to go back, Gary, a bit further. Okay? Bottom was great. Still game. The guys from that, very funny, those two.
Those guys are geniuses.
Really,
Greg
really
Hemphill and Ford Kiernan.
It's just the way they got the pub right in that was brilliant. It was just it was so typical Glaswegian Scottish town pub.
There's one sketch in particular involving the still game guys when it was still a sketch and Chewing the Fat.
Yeah.
And it was them in the bar and the Klansmen, and they're all huddled round the piano and they're all singing like the old fucking war songs.
Yeah.
And it's literal. That is exactly what the old fucking pubs were like. The old shipbuilders pubs in Clydebank were definitely like that.
Yeah.
So those guys,
they just got it right.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, even going further back than bottom, when they did Young Ones.
Yep.
Oh, I can still fucking watch that today.
The only bits of the Young Ones that annoys me and I don't enjoy is when Alexei Sale's in it because I can't stand that cunt.
Yeah.
He's annoying.
He's
too much of a tryhard.
But I think he was needed. I see what you're saying. I do, but he kind of sort of fits that.
I understand that Alexei Sale pretty much was a character that he created, even though it was that was his name. You know, Alexei Sale on stage was basically a characterization of him, caricature. You know, so it was deliberately over the top because I think it was the whole point of the delivery was I'm of a type of people that's supposedly completely thick and troglodytes and, you know, we're looked down upon from the higher classes, but I'm going to speak to you like you're an absolute thicko, but I'm going to tell you his philosophy and shit, and you know, and it was actually really educated stuff because the guy he's got a fucking massive brain. That guy.
Oh yeah.
You know, all of that team did. The whole fucking team and the Young Ones they are massive fucking brainiacs. Most comedians are. To be fair, most comedians are super fucking intelligent.
I definitely see your point with Alexei, though.
It was clever in a way, but it was just it was annoying, and maybe that because the whole ethos when it boils down to it, I mean, he was a rude boy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So it was the rude boy punk thing, and what's the whole point of punk? rub everybody up the wrong way. So it was quite clever. You know, it was well written, yes, but he just done it too well because it did annoy you. Well, it annoyed me anyway.
Hill and Pace with Yorkshire Airways.
I liked him. I liked when they did the Dorman act that they did. But without a doubt, the best two people at doing
two runs,
Max and Paddy.
Max and Paddy, yeah.
Because every night before I used to go to work, every doorman I know used to watch Max and Paddy. So you'd get a doorman working seriously doing Max and Paddy jokes.
Bobby
Dick fingers.
The Phoenix.
We've not mentioned the ones that we always mention. The fucking Morecambe and Wise.
Yeah.
Yeah. Both.
The breakfast sketch without any words.
Breakfast was just
breakfast stripper sketch.
So clever.
I mean,
what is one for you?
I would actually put Lee Evans's closing sketch and one of his live performances up there with that, with Breakfast by Morecambe and Wise, when he done his live interpretive dance version of Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody.
Evening Martin. Oh yeah,
that was very. It's all about that timing that they had, though, wasn't it? That.
Oh, it was just perfect. And he done an intro like that as well, where it was all, over the speakers, a pre-recorded fucking recording of him doing a stupid voice. He worked himself literally to the bone.
I think he was on the verge of he'd have ended up having a heart attack or something.
He was told. As far as I remember, he was told by doctors many a time to quit. That's why he wasn't boxing anymore, because he was, apart from the fact he had poor mental health.
Yeah.
He had at least 2 breakdowns, if I remember right. Yeah. Full, complete breakdowns.
Yeah.
Was on the verge of another one just before he retired.
Yeah, I think he just worked himself way too hard. But then Eric Morecambe did the same.
Yeah, he did.
I love the story. I would love to have been in the hospital the morning Eric Morecambe arrived at the hospital.
Steve, do we have any today?
After being driven to the hospital in his Jensen Interceptor. Right, he stopped a bloke at the side of the road and said, "Can you drive my car?" I got this bloke to drive him because he was having a heart attack.
Yeah.
He gets to the hospital, right? This is how he told it. He gets to the hospital, and you used to have the window where you went to say, "Oh yeah, can you book me in?" He gets to the window, and his glasses are like that, and he says, "I think I'm having a heart attack," and then collapsed. And that's genuine. He actually collapsed. By the window. I mean, it was a serious heart attack. I think it was a quadruple.
That's almost, it's tragic, but I mean, that's very similar to what happened with Tommy Cooper.
Yeah, Tommy Cooper.
He did actually die on stage.
I saw that live.
I mean,
everybody thought he was taking the piss.
Yeah, that was the trouble.
He dropped.
Tommy Cooper, isn't it?
But he actually did do that on stage. Had done. So people thought, he's just doing that skit again.
You got to feel
they're all sitting killing themselves laughing until the fucking curtains closed.
That poor receptionist at the hospital, though, when Eric Morecambe did that, she probably saw it was and thought, "Oh, fuck's sake, he's taking the piss." Oh no, he's not.
Yep. Probably looking around the corners.
Come on, John.
Looking around the corner for cameras.
Yeah, Tommy Cooper. I was watching that when he. Yeah, that was just tragic. It was because everybody who saw it thought the same. Oh, here we go again. He's fucking about.
Yep.
And then he didn't move, and then it was like, he ain't fucking about. That's done.
and I don't know why it came into my head, but it's just because we're talking about comedy. But I think I've told you guys about this one before. But there was a guy that actually fucking died from excessive laughing.
Yeah,
he laughed himself to death. It was a guy in Midlands, I think.
Wasn't it the Monty Python joke that did it?
Nope. It was an episode of the Goonies, and it was the Kung Fu episode.
Goons?
No, the Goonies. Yeah. It was a Kung Fu episode of the Goonies. Oh. The guy it was on in the afternoon. The guy had the day off. Stuck the Goonies on, sitting eating his lunch. Started laughing. Couldn't stop laughing at this sketch, and he couldn't get it out of his head. To the point where he was laughing.
I shouldn't be laughing.
Couldn't stop. He kept on thinking. He just couldn't get it out of his head. Kept on laughing. Kept on laughing. Kept on laughing. To the point where he couldn't actually draw breath, and he literally suffocated himself because he couldn't inhale because he was just, his diaphragm was contracting that much from laughing. It just wouldn't fucking.
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him.
Oh, exactly, Martin. Fucking Ronnie Barker were a genius.
My God, Gary.
Gary, we need to have a serious talk here.
All right. Serious question. In a way, ironically asked. What's your idea of comedy then, Gary? Serious question. He asked ironically.
And the government doesn't count.
No.
Have a look, see if I can find his...
Podge and Rodge.
His comment from earlier. There you go.
Is that Gary's?
Yeah. I don't mind a bit of Chubbs.
Chat over the top of it.
Chubbs.
Bernard Manning. Yep.
I mean, all of those.
All Hours, definitely. Yeah. Only Fools and Horses, definitely. Jim Davison.
There is more
Dave Allen.
There. Believe
Dave Allen. Being an Irishman, you have got to like fucking Dave Allen.
I love Dave Allen because he was so disrespectful to the religion.
Total punk attitude. Absolute punk attitude.
He wasn't offensive, though. He wasn't like, oh, fucking Catholics, or oh, fucking blah, 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 Protestants, or what. It was just all religion. He said it was all a load of bollocks.
Prove him wrong.
Exactly. The best.
Prove him wrong at the end of the day, and I bet you couldn't. I think somebody actually did while he was. Somebody did try to heckle him and call him on something one time, and he shot him down.
Best sketch, one of my favourites.
He was indeed, Gary.
And it's so true. Is trying to teach your child how to tell the time. And nobody's ever seen that Dave Allen sketch where he's trying to teach his son how to tell the time. Well, the big gun go. Oh, fuck it. That and when he's in the church as the Archbishop.
Or the one where is the vicar and Sunday farts.
Oh man, there's so many of his, man.
That and where he's in the calf and the £10 note under the car wheel.
Oh yeah. You see, you can go.
There you go. That's the one Gary just said when he saw a fiver under the tyre of a car.
The one I want, though, now I'm in Ireland, like being pessimistic a bit. When I die, not quite yet, but when I do, you know the bit where they have to to the graveyard? I want that to happen. Purely because I don't want anything serious. I want it pure fucking stupidity and comedy.
To be honest, I couldn't give a fuck what happens to me when I go, man. Like, even if somebody does a Billy Connolly with me and just buries me face down with my ass hanging out so they've got somewhere to park their bike.
Yep.
Yeah, good on you.
Once you're dead, you're fucking dead, aren't you? So fuck it.
Yep.
Exactly.
Make most of life while you're alive.
'Tis nothing but a vehicle.
It is.
Put me on just set a bonfire and fucking put me on top of it. I don't give a shit.
Eh?
Before or after? Who you die?
Just
I don't
just
really
another
don't care when I'm that age.
So
anyway, I've got the most amazing fiance. She's got me she's allowing me to put a Belgian blonde chuff in my mouth.
wow.
Without laughing.
Oh, right, that kind of chuff.
Yeah.
Right, okay, fair enough. Right, okay.
I knew that'd get a few eyebrows going.
That would be pretty awesome as well, Gary, if you get yourself encased in like wax or something or resin.
Yeah.
You just or get yourself like encased in a resin door.
If you get
that you can just
like that,
slam in people's faces, you know. You didn't have to like go up to a counter and ask for like, can I buy your truff, please? Can I buy that blonde chuff? Okay.
Well, we know that, Steve.
Steve wants to be buried at sea.
Davy Jones.
That can be arranged.
His missus has tried 3 times this week, but he won't sink.
Yeah.
Do you fear death? Well, we've done pretty well. We avoided talking about it. For how long was that? Long are we into the show here?
Well, nearly 50 minutes.
50 minutes, almost an hour.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here, did you see Linkin Park are back together?
Other? God, I've not seen that all over Facebook at all. Oh.
Did you see they've got a woman singer? What the fuck?
Oh, no.
Did you see she's actually really fucking good, but people hate her because she's a woman and she's not Chester reincarnated? Fucking hell. So we were going to start talking about it before the show, and the reason I said I wasn't going to say anything is because I've been doing mixing. You've been doing it a lot longer than I have now, Lee, but I've been doing it enough of a time now where I'm starting to kind of start hearing like the good resonances and frequencies.
Yep.
And we all know Mike Shinoda, as well as being pretty much the musical brains behind Linkin Park, and as well as being a bloody good lyricist, he's a really good producer as well. Mm-hmm. Knowing that he's never going to get another Chester, instead of going to try and find another male voice that could sound maybe enough like Chester, he's went and got somebody that can easily handle that kind of range with enough power, but still resonates well enough with the instruments and Mike's voice.
Hey up, Darth.
How's it going, Darth? But if you listen...
Linkin Park only had 2 well-known songs.
But if you listen, the way those 2 voices Shinoda's and Chester's resonated with each other. They were fucking. It just worked so well together. The two voices. And I listened to the live, a bit of the live performance. I listened to enough of it. Heard the new track getting done live, and a few of the older songs, and then I went and listened to the recorded version, the studio version of the new song. Her voice, it resonates. Shinoda's coming at it from a producer point of view. Like, he wants to hear something that's pleasing to the ears.
Yeah.
You know, and still works well with his voice. And she's fucking brilliant live, I'll give her that.
It's a bit easy.
Instead of saying, right, we'll release the track and then we'll go out and tour and we'll announce you. They've basically turned around to her and they've said, we're going to announce you in our first live gig, and it's going to be broadcast online at the exact same time as all these people watching you in front of you are going to be listening. The rest of the world fans are going to be listening to you at the same time and judging you. And she just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
That's the best way.
She was.
Just get out there.
Like her or love her. I don't like Linkin Park. I'll just put my hands up and say that, right? They were never my cup of tea. One or two parts of the songs, I maybe went, wow. They were bloody good at what they done. I'll give them that. Really good musicians. Chester's voice was fucking incredible. But this lassie's really good. She is really good.
Well, I did what everyone else did. I thought, replacing Chester, blah, 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 blah. Then when you hear it...
Yeah. It's moving on from it, but still having an element of Chester there.
I've yet to hear it because I've not watched any footage yet. But
you know when Chester done that. You know when Chester done that. The voice where it's at the point of breaking.
Yeah, we just
when
just
it's not quite a shout and it's not quite a scream. It's not quite vocal fry yet, but it's just at the verge. She does that so easily.
Yeah.
So fucking easily. And so she's able to like do that if they need it again, so I think they've all come at it and basically went, right, we need somebody that can do Chester if we want to do that kind of stuff again, but it's still something kind of moving on from it.
Which, to be fair, I don't think they will go down that route of let's copy what Chester did. Let's copy it. No.
They've said it's a new era, basically. That's the whole point. It's a new era.
I see, because it's a new singer, new drummer.
Yeah. And I don't... You probably saw it yourselves. Like, there was fans actually saying, well, why didn't you fucking rename it then? Why didn't you just call it something different? Because it's on Chester at the same time. It's on... I mean, but at the end of the day, what these guys are forgetting is Chester wasn't an original member. He was never there from the start. He wasn't a founding member. He was brought in.
Yeah.
So
you've also got to say, if you're going to
have to change the name.
Why change the name? Why? Because then you're changing the name. It's in a whole different band, basically.
Yeah.
You're not honouring the memory of Chester.
Exactly.
I'm not a big fan of Linkin Park. There's certain songs, but I think they did the right thing. And
you know what would have happened? The Gatekeepers, no matter what they'd done, would never have been happy, because had they went down that road and changed the name and said, right, we don't want to step in any toes as far as Chester and his family are concerned. We want to, respect Chester, and we're going to move on. We're going to do something completely different, and we're going to go on with a new name. Then those Gatekeepers would have turned around and went, that's pissing on his grave. He should have honoured his memory and carried on his Linkin Park.
Okay.
Certain people, they were never going to win, whatever they did.
Let's go the other route then. We've already talked about it tonight. AI.
Yeah.
Let's use Chester, use AI. We'll recreate a computer version of Chester.
It's within our fucking ability now to do that easily.
And then people are going to say, well, you can't do that. He's dead. Well, that's the point.
Yeah. Well, like Marty's just said there, Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that was because, to be fair, Smile were kind of different back then.
Yeah.
It wasn't really until Freddie came in they adapted the sound to him and what he liked as well. They kind of brought that in, and they started kind of finding their sound. So I think that's why they eventually decided, right, fuck it, it's Queen now. You know.
I mean, we know the gatekeeper thing happened with Pantera.
Yep.
Welcome in, Ryder.
Evening, Ryder. Aren't you well?
Yeah, that's true. It isn't Pantera because you haven't got the Abbott brothers.
No.
Well, I mean, we could go and get them, but I don't think people would be too pleased if we start digging.
No.
You know, you're never going
Pantera.
You're never going to have Pantera as it was. You're never going to have them two back. It's impossible.
No.
Unfortunately,
It's bloody close.
Yeah,
but it'll never be.
And it's like Gary Holt when he replaced Jeff Hanneman in Slayer.
Mm-hmm.
If they want somebody who's going to play everything note for note, just get some kid out of a fucking tribute band that can play everything note for note.
100%, Ryder, 100%. Maybe not the best guitarist to have ever lived, but I'll agree with you. Pantera's groove was just way too tight to replicate. Way too tight. You had to have that particular lineup.
Mind Earth. For
it to be proper Pantera. Because those guys had spent so much fucking time together. Yeah. They developed the groove with each other. Having played in bands for like fucking over 30 years, I know that because it takes a long time to fucking play with a band before it starts.
Yeah.
Before the groove's there naturally, instead of having to try and fight to get it. You know, you get to a point where you're so comfortable with each other, you just know exactly where everyone's going to go in the beat.
Yep.
You know.
Well, exactly, Martin.
It's just to do with Avenged. Not my favourite band. I'm not that big fan of Avenged, but
the only one out of Avenged I actually liked was the Rev. I never liked the rest of the band. I didn't like Avenged Sevenfold. The Rev,
I couldn't agree with you more, Bill. Couldn't agree with you more.
They did, yeah. I mean, exactly. Martin's right. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. So.
Yep. But no, it's at the end of the day.
To go and see this Pantera tribute, I would.
100%, man. Fucking, if you got offered a ticket, even if you didn't agree with it, are you going to fucking turn down a chance to see those musicians, those particular musicians play with each other?
Didn't
sound quite right, but you know what I mean. You're gonna. I mean, fuck's sake, you've got. Rex Brown, one of the best bass players. Rex Brown, one of the best bass players in metal. Yeah. Phil Anselmo, who was absolutely awful, and then found his voice again to become one of the best vocalists in metal again.
Yeah, he's come back.
He's really fucking come back, man. He's been getting he actually has been getting vocal tuition again. To find his voice, plus he's lost a shit ton of weight. And he's looking so fucking healthy now.
I think he's cut down on some of his habits.
Drinking. Yes, he definitely has.
Curricula.
Then you've got Zakk Wylde, one of the best guitarists in metal. And then you've got the creator of the blast beat, Mr. Charlie Benanti. Don't care what anybody says, but he is up there as one of the all-time best metal drummers.
Oh, fucking!
I don't care what you think. You're wrong.
You can have your opinion, but you're fucking wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're saying greatest metal drummers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll agree with you. I will. I'd agree with you, mate.
And even though he's a modern one,
yeah,
Eloy Casagrande, he's still got many years left in him. He's already up there. He's already up there, and he's only young.
He is scary, man. He
I actually didn't mind
have you heard that guy
drums.
playing live? The fucking how hard he hits those skins.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I feel sorry for them. I've never
know-
felt sorry for a drum kit.
Oh, Mike Portney. Fucking hell, he's crackers.
Yep.
That dude.
He is. I've been watching a lot.
The
of
thing I
Mike.
like about Mike is he's not so far up his own ass that he's
really humble.
Up.
You
really
mean
humble.
like the rest of Dream Theater?
Yeah.
He was. I was reading about him a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, and he was actually saying it's weird coming back to Dream Theater because that lineup has been playing together so long now, longer than his career in Dream Theater.
Yeah.
Well,
so he feels like he's basically joined a new band and he's the new guy.
Mike did a super group, didn't he? With but fucking hell, I can't think of his name.
I know, I can't remember the name either. Who was on it?
From Overkill. They did a super group. It was a bit of a super group. It was a 1-album deal. And there was Blitz.
Oh, the vocalist you talking? Aye.
Yeah. And they did a load of cover songs, and they rocked some fucking rock songs up. And I tell you what, the album's great.
Yeah.
It's another one of those albums that Matt really, really wants on vinyl and can't fucking find. It's rare as fuck.
It's typical, isn't it?
Thing I like about Portnoy as well is, even although the guy is an absolute fucking metronome, he's still human, because like if there's a Drumeo video of him, there's an extended version, then there's like clips that you can go and watch, but there's one, and it's him listening to Tool's what is it, 40&6 or something, I think it's called.
I need to watch that one. I've not watched that one.
What's it called? Something is 6. It's one of their it's one of their polyrhythm ones.
Yeah.
It's
Danny Carey just showing off, basically.
Yeah,
rightly so. But even Portnoy's like, what the fuck? Yeah, even he's fucking, his mind's even blown, you know.
I'll tell you the other one to watch on Drumeo is when he plays Dance Eternal.
Right.
By Dream Theater. Have you ever seen the amount of different timings and signatures in it? It's
yeah.
I can't imagine.
They actually showed up the drum, the actual. You just look at it, it's like.
See, they're one of those bands. They're one of those bands that that illustrate one of the things that I don't like is vocals. If the vocals don't work for me, I just won't like the band as a whole.
See,
musically, I love Dream Theater, but that guy's vocals just doesn't work for me in that band.
But also, the thing I like about Portnoy, he'll do all this fucking technical shit with Dream Theater, and then he'll go out with Twisted Sister on tour and just fucking rock out for a couple hours.
Well, that I think I'm gonna have to look up my phone in a minute, but that Batter Super Band, it's just pure old school rock and roll, just smashing the fuck out the drums, just old school, loving it, and you can tell it's just old school rock and roll, played how it should be, down and dirty. Yeah, great.
But
Dave Grohl, Gary, is a phenomenal drummer.
He's a beast.
If you see him play, I'll tell you a video to go and watch. Go and watch Probot, Shake Your Feather, Shake Your Blood.
Yeah.
Which is actually song on there, because it's Dave Grohl playing the drums on it, and the way he's hitting them drums.
I was just going to say,
fucking hell.
He's another one like Eloy Casagrande, where I actually pity the drums when I watch him play.
There's only one.
I'm actually feeling sorry for the Skins. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm just like,
one man who was smaller than all of them that we've mentioned.
Ginger Baker.
Yep. Phil Taylor, Filthy Animal. Phil was tiny. You watch that man hitting the drums when he was in full fucking swing. Fuck me, you could tell he was from Leeds. That's all I'm saying. He was fucking beating the fuck out of him. I mean, there's stories of him doing stuff like turning the sticks around because it wasn't heavy enough, so he just turned the sticks around and started. Nuts. Yes, it was built. That was it.
Numa. That was it. Yeah.
That one.
Numa.
Yeah.
That is a really weird fucking timing, though.
I can't get into Toll as a band.
It took me years. See, but like they were huge back in like the early 2000s. They were huge.
Yeah.
I know,
and I just hated them.
I think there's only one track I really got into, but it was a really early track. I think it was back in the 90s. I can't remember the name of the track.
Schism, probably.
That's the one. That's the
one that starts off with the bass. Oh, that bass line. Justin Chancellor, man. Holy shit.
I know
it's
Evening, Craig. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Craig.
But I just think it's
Nico's just fucking crackers full stop.
Yeah, he's another drummer that's just lost the plot. He's just leave him to it.
I think it were all them drugs he did with Sutty.
Do you know what I find with a lot of drummers though is they kind of get overlooked if they're so good that they make it look easy. You just think, oh well, they're not doing anything too difficult then.
Yeah. Well, you think
about because they make it look so easy. When you get somebody like Eloy who makes it look like he's just fucking doing a heavy workout, you're like, holy shit!
I know there was something I read the other day that there's a couple.
But Nico was just so easy.
Not being able to put it back into the set because Nico, after his problem, he's not quite got. He's not quite up to speed with him just yet. So there's a couple of songs that they've not had to put.
Disturbed had some really good fucking stuff, man. He did. That guy's voice was incredible.
That is very true as well, Bill. Cozy pal.
Yeah, and that dude, the fucking drums hard as well.
Yeah, and he still holds the world record. It was on Record Breakers, where and it's hilarious.
Oh, I remember that. Holy shit, man!
It's just watching him, Cozy, dancing.
No, we never had it.
Playing drums.
That's right.
In the beat, and he's dancing and just messing about. And just he's fucking lost it again. He's not. Also, good.
Keith and John Bonham. It's incredible.
Good friends with Barry Sheen, bike racer as well.
Yeah, he was.
Another one that no one's mentioned either, as far as drummers are concerned. Chris Layton from Double Trouble, Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Yeah.
He was big because he was another one that just made it look so easy. But that guy was heavily inspired and might have actually had lessons from at one point from Buddy Rich.
Really?
Yep. So I think he was still around. I think he was still around back then.
One of my dad's favourite.
Buddy Rich, he was a fucking good drummer.
Hell of a drummer.
But like Buddy Rich, he just made it look so easy, so you never thought it was anything too complicated.
I remember my dad telling me a story because he used to be into the jazz and jazz drummers, and he went to see that Buddy Rich the night before he had his bad heart attack. And he said the sweat coming off him, he said you could sit here, literally, it was just frying off him. And he'd been told a week before that, look, you need to calm down, you need to quit drumming, you need to do this. And I thought, fuck that. He's on stage with a fag in his hand, beating the fuck out of the drums, and you think...
Taylor Hawkins was an incredible drummer, man.
Yeah, and his fucking son hits hard as well.
Yeah, he does.
I'd ask you again. He had a good fucking idol to look up to in Stuart Copeland.
Yeah. Oh, Stuart Copeland.
Stuart Copeland's drums, holy shit, man. Yeah.
But absolutely. If you watch...
so technical, but it just worked so fucking well and sounded effortless.
Yeah. If you watch Stuart play, It doesn't look
He's
like
a jazz
doing,
drummer.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like he's doing fuck all.
No.
No.
He's a jazz drummer that played ska.
Yeah. It doesn't look like he's
And
trying.
that somehow worked.
He just sort of breezes through it. It's like,
Yep.
when are you going to start
Well,
trying?
not only an amazing drummer, he's a good composer as well.
Well,
Yeah.
that's because his dad was a fucking classical composer.
Yeah.
Oh,
Believe
fuck me,
was it not his dad that wrote Fanfare for the Common Man?
it might have been. Actually.
Nicholas Copeland.
Might have been, yeah.
Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure it was him that wrote
Yeah,
Fanfare for the Common Man.
If it's
Or he-
misinformation,
I didn't
blame
know he was
me.
going to have a test.
He either wrote it or he rewrote and reworked Fanfare for the Common Man, but I know he had something to do with it. Stuart Copeland's dad.
I would say
Oh, wait a minute.
he's probably
Emerson Lake
my
and Palmer
favourite
reworked it.
non-metal drummer,
Who?
Stuart Copeland.
Yeah. Well, Chris Layton's a non-metal drummer as well, I suppose, but I mean, the reason I mention them is because these are drummers that I think could honestly play anything.
Yeah.
They put their
I've no doubt they
sticks
could.
to. Especially Stuart Copeland.
Oh, yeah.
Because that guy is so versatile. I mean, he was influenced by like fucking tribal music in Africa and fucking Amazon tribes and shit like that, and a lot of traditional music from around the world.
He's done some real
I was
weird.
watching a video with Stuart Copeland a few weeks back, and somebody asked him, it was one of these Google question videos, and one of them were asking about polyrhythms.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually broke it down and sort of dumbed it down to you play one beat with your foot and you play a separate beat with your hands.
Yeah. Is he teamed up with a super band lately, did he not?
I think
Stuart?
Yeah. There's some super band that it's him and don't quote me, is Les Claypool involved?
Yeah, it was Les.
He's usually involved because I know they worked together. I know they worked already together on Antipop.
And it's sort of, it's going to sound really weird. It's like electro, African.
Yep.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Bass, drum. It's all this melded, weird. Always listening to it through a set of headphones, and it.
Just for birthday.
It's weird, but fuck me, it's good.
I knew it would be, but because he uses a lot of experimental techniques as well with recording.
Really, really, if you're into like hearing something new, different.
Norman Winston.
Yeah, Norman Winston was a good drummer.
He was actually.
Sugarfoot was apparently an incredible drummer as well. I've only got the Michael Jackson stuff that he did as a reference, but I know he was highly regarded.
I personally, I'm probably going to upset Gary now. I personally think Michael Jackson only got where he got
through other musicians.
Yeah,
absolutely. He had a good voice and good publicists.
Yeah, I think he was talented in some ways.
He's a good
lyricist. He could dance, obviously. He was very good at that and dedicated to all of that.
Yep. But if he didn't have the musical connections, he wouldn't have been anywhere.
He
was just a voice.
Oh, yeah, but because he played on all sorts of albums.
I mean, he did 1812 Overture, folks' sake. Managed to get that into the charts.
Yeah.
God, that's showing my age, isn't it? I can remember that on top of the pole. Don't sit there all innocent. So can you.
Oh, and let's not forget Neil Peart.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Again, there's another bloke who you could watch and think, he's not trying.
What the fuck?
Yep.
And then you hear this drum beat come out of it and you think, what the fuck's he doing?
And another one that I honestly think is one of the best metal drummers, at least, of all time. Duplantier of Gojira.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for me at least, but prove me wrong.
Evening,
Hey,
bloke.
Block. It was
How you
good,
doing, bud?
but prove me
you
wrong.
well?
Even if you've never heard them, Sylvain Bouvier of Igor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go listen to the stuff that he plays on Spirituality and Distortion.
Yes, I have heard him.
Holy
You
shit.
fucking gave me the name, you twat.
I need to listen to some more of that.
Sylvain Bouvier.
It's
That
Oh,
the
I'd
Igor with
recommend-
3 R's.
I would say anybody go and listen to them.
Yep.
Purely because it is one of that sort of music that's so experimental.
But it's not scary. It's not experimental to the point where you're scary to dip your toes in.
No.
It's so easily accessible.
There's certain songs you'll get which you don't expect
Yeah.
what's coming.
Yep.
And it goes real heavy.
Yep.
And
That
you
guy,
think, "Fuck, did
that
that
guy,
come from?"
Gautier Serre, is the main composer. He is Igor.
Yeah.
But he's now formed a band round him. Sadly, Sylvain Bouvier's not with them anymore. As far as I know, he's left the band. And he's been replaced. Nothing's been announced of why he's not there anymore. He was there on the tour because they're on a big world tour just now. And he was there for the tour, and then all of a sudden he wasn't, and it was this other guy. The other guy's good, but he's not Sylvain Bouvier. That guy was just a powerhouse.
Yeah.
And this guy played polyrhythms like it was just that's so fucking 40 years ago for me, it was like child's play for him.
Gary, you've got me on one of my bit of a hate points here.
Oh, I fucking can't stand
I'll tell you why.
Except for the blue stuff.
Fleetwood
Peter Green,
Mac.
Fleetwood Mac.
Exactly.
Era.
Fleetwood Mac and Mick Fleetwood would be fuck all if it wasn't for Greenie.
Mick Fleetwood is a nobody. He just found good musicians.
Now,
sorry.
Go away, Gary, and listen to Peter Green.
Yes.
Go and
I
listen
have
to
seen Peter Green live.
You have to rub that in every fucking
Sorry. I'm just trying to get my own back on fucking leave for fucking telling me about Anthrax Testament. All right? Anthrax Testament and Creator, you prick. But I saw Peter Green support B.B. King.
Oh. Yeah, I mean,
I saw them live together the same fucking night. Peter Green's first fucking gig out of retirement.
Yeah.
For many, many years. I seen them live together, and holy fuck. What a fucking gig, man.
I'm sorry, but Peter
Green... Gary. Go back to the early stuff.
No.
Go back
I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says, right? Stevie Nicks is a fucking banshee.
Here's a song.
She's a whiny, nasal banshee that heralds the death of someone close to you.
We're really going Irish tonight.
We are.
Christine McVie, gorgeous voice. Voice. Lindsay, absolute cunt. Mick Fleetwood, absolute cunt.
They were all the coke addicts.
Yeah, they were all fucking basic. They were the devil. Not the devil driver. They were the coal chamber of their day. The only reason they were still together and playing so many gigs together for so many years was because they got paid. They didn't like doing what they did, and that was clear from the music. I hated them.
Gary,
but give me any of the Peter Green stuff.
Go and listen.
Holy shit.
As an intro to Peter Green, go and listen to Man of the World and Albatross.
Beautiful.
Right.
And I heard them both.
Man of the World
live.
from
the BB King gig.
the fucking. I'm going to drive over there in a minute. You'll hear it knock at his door.
I'm just a fucking bus ride away, you cunt.
All you're going to see in a minute is Davros doing 100 mile an hour down fucking Irish.
Exterminate G.
I can't. It's the speed bumps. I can't get over them. I'm getting stuck.
Shit. I need to dismantle the fucking ramp at the front. Oh, man. But no, I mean, I won't deny the impact that post Peter Green Fleetwood Mac had on music industry, and many other musicians that were inspired by them. But to me, they just didn't sound like they enjoyed what they were doing from a musical point, from a listening point of view, at least. Because all they done was whine about each other.
Well,
either in interviews or through the songs.
Studio 606 documentary film.
Mm.
They were on about that album.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, what's his name? Bass player from Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, Lindsey Buchanan? No. He was a guitarist.
Yeah.
McVie.
Not Lindsey.
It was McVie, wasn't it?
It was McVie. It was
was it John?
John
That's
McVie.
it. John McVie, yeah. He said, we're a blues band.
Yeah, and then Lindsay's going, no, we're a folk band.
Yeah. Well.
And then Mick's going, no, we're a fucking traditional
band. And then
band.
The producer says, yeah, but this sort of music is going to make you money.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the issue. Money.
Yeah.
Money.
Mm-hmm.
Money. But
because some I think it was Gary actually mentioned Disturbed earlier on.
Yeah.
The Disturbed's the early stuff was fantastic. They done what is just to me is musical fucking witchcraft by turning a comedy, a song that was done as a piss take about the media that was made for Spit and Image by Phil Collins.
The Genesis cover.
Genesis, Land of Confusion. It was a piss take song that was done for fucking Spit and Image. And then Disturbed recovered it and made it their own fucking song, and you would never have known that it was a Genesis song. It just worked so well.
That's my favourite Disturbed song.
Yep. But then this is going back to when Levi and I were doing the Arkham Reactor stuff, music reactions.
Yeah.
We originally had planned, we'd heard that they were going to be releasing a new album while we were still doing that music reaction thing, and we were really fucking pumped for it. So we decided, right, this is going to be huge. We'll do a full live album review. We'll record it, but we'll do it. We'll do it with no cuts. We'll just listen to the whole album live on stream, and then should we need to, we'll edit later. But recorded it all. One listen. We get about 2 or 3 tracks in.
Gary, you're going to get fucking banned. Never mention the Clash again.
No, talk about them all you like. Clash were fucking amazing. Joe Strummer, man.
He couldn't get into the Ramones.
It's so easy. But anyway, we get about 2 or 3 songs into this fucking Disturbed album, and I'm just like, I haven't even nodded my head once by this point. Not even as much as a head nod in time. I'm like, what the shit? What the fuck's going on? And I actually said at one point, do you know what this sounds like to me, Levi? And he's like, what? Because he was enjoying what he was hearing. And I was like, there's bits of it that I'm like, yeah, it's decent. But this sounds to me like they've basically been told. That
will get you banned.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It sounds to me like the producer or the managers told them they're coming in to write an album because it's time and the label needs it. and the fans are asking for it, but there's something going on behind the scenes, and they've just not put their whole fucking heart and soul into it.
I hope blocks have to get in band and all.
Oh, fuck's sake. See, it just sounds like they've went in and just done music by numbers. There's no heart, there's no passion here. It's just formula. That's all I'm hearing. As it turns out, when they went in to record this album, they didn't have anything written because the guitarist was going through a really nasty divorce at the time. And I actually fucking picked it up through just the songs. I'm like, holy fuck, but we actually didn't even bother releasing the full fucking review. We only released, I think it was 2 tracks off it, and we were going to release the third bit. And the third one, I was so fucking brutal. I just didn't hold back because I was like, they should not have done this.
And Gary's after an old German tart.
Yeah, Doro Pesh in her time though. Holy shit, man! But she was like a wizard slave, I would imagine. She was like a fucking a builder's teacup. Everybody had a dip in it, you know.
Yep.
Well, Lemmy definitely did a few times.
Oh, aye, everybody did. But no, I'm glad Block agrees with me. Joe Strummer was an absolutely fantastic songwriter.
Oh yeah.
So was Mick Jones.
I just could never get into Clash ever.
Mick Jones was a really good songwriter as well. And Paul Simonon, holy fuck, what a bass player!
Yeah.
Yeah, these days
they weren't for everybody, but I'll give them that. You know, they weren't for everybody, but the Clash were just fucking phenomenal for me. Even the Pistols.
People got into them, but I just could never get into Clash at all.
Even the Pistols, although they were, other than the Beatles, they were technically the world's first boy band. But
yeah.
Pistols were bloody good.
Bay City Rollers.
Fucking shang-a-lang, fucking stay up your ass.
You know, I've got a vision of G dressed up in full tartan flares and everything.
No, never going to happen.
Flares and
never.
Big platforms.
The only tartan I ever wear is
doesn't he?
Yeah.
Only tartan I will ever wear and have ever worn is a fucking kilt.
Ah, you wore a skirt. Not for the first time, either.
I shall repeat myself. It's only a bus journey away.
I'll put the kettle on.
Nice one. We can have a cup of tea after. Wait a minute, Bleedy's it's quite hilly round there, isn't it? Take for a wee walk.
Slade were a phenomenal band.
They were, man. They were fantastic.
They know how to fucking rock an audience.
Yeah.
Thing I liked about them is they knew how to fucking. They knew when and how to fucking be serious.
Yep.
And then when and how to have a bloody good laugh about it as well.
You know the worst thing about Slade is that fucking Christmas song. Even Noddy said it himself. He's sick of the busting Christmas song.
I still don't care. It's still one of the best Christmas songs ever.
Every year.
I will never get tired of that song.
And it's the story behind it that it was written in Los Angeles on a fag packet.
Yep.
He just broke the lyrics down on a ripped up fag packet and went, oh, that'll do.
Yep. Same as fucking Wings. Fucking Simply Having. Wonderful Christmas Time. But it's just, you can hear it fucking a million times, but every time it comes on, you're like, oh man, tune.
Those are like the proper, like, to me, they're the proper Christmas songs.
Yeah. And as much as I hated the guy, even Shakin' Stevens' fucking Christmas song as well.
Get in behind fucking Green Door.
Simon and Garfunkel, I will not have a wrong word said about them.
They were both talented.
Fucking incredible, but I'm so fucking so sad that they just couldn't see eye to eye.
Midge.
And I've had the pleasure of seeing Bad Manners as well.
I've seen them live. I've actually met Buster as well.
Buster actually sent a rumour. It was at Wickerman, and he actually sent a rumour deliberately through the crowd before they were due to play. It was like about a good 3 hours before. He was like nearby. Somehow he'd fucking managed to propagate a fucking rumour in the crowd that he'd been rushed to the hospital having a massive coronary. Right, so then everybody's literally everywhere you turned your head, you heard somebody going, "Do you think he's going to be able to play? Do you think they're actually going to play then? What's going to happen? Who's going to take their place?" That's all you heard from everywhere you looked, right up until about 2 minutes before they literally walked on stage. A chopper flew overhead, over the main stage, landed behind stage, and we were like, what the fuck? Oh shit, maybe it's true, maybe that's the fucking paramedics, man. Oh shit. And everybody's panicking. Then next thing, fucking lip up fatty, and out he comes, man. We're like, fucking yes.
They are fucking phenomenal live, man.
Everybody was going fucking nuts, man.
I would have loved to see that.
At Skeg, they used to have like the skinhead and suede head and all the scarlet there.
Yep.
Yeah. So we used to go up there. The fucking laughs you used to have with them, like all this shit about skinheads, fucking bullshit. The biggest bunch of laughs you ever.
Funkin' Ska was responsible for getting fucking so many of those different fucking cultures and just bringing them together. They were against each other initially, and then they all just went, I fucking love that shit as well, man.
Yeah, and then everybody's partying. Yep. Everybody's having fun.
Beautiful, man.
Yeah, Gary, if you want to listen to a modernish day Christmas song, Lawnmower Death with Kim Wilde.
The Darkness.
Fuck you, Christmas.
The Darkness.
Nah, it's got a bit Lawnmower Death.
But yeah, the day that Bad Manners played was the same day that I saw the Selector.
Selector, they were good.
Neville Staple of the Specials and the Stranglers all played the same fucking day.
Nice.
Oh, what a fucking day, man! I've seen them. That day was the third time I saw the Stranglers.
I've seen the Specials live as well.
I'd love to have seen the Specials, but they did do. I mean, Neville Staple done quite a few of the Specials tracks. He even done Ghost Town.
Yeah, I mean, he's I can't think of his fucking name now. But the Specials gone now, isn't he? Bless him.
Yeah,
Jerry Dahmer.
Yeah, he died about 2-3 years ago.
Yeah,
it wasn't long ago. It was in the past 5 years at least.
He'd had a lot of problems throughout his life.
I think it was liver failure, something like that. Pancreatic. It was pancreatic.
He was a heavy fucking drinker, though.
Aye.
Well, not necessarily heavy. He just never really stopped.
Well, anybody that was on that circuit, I mean, they're all beginning to see the consequences now, you know.
Well, I mean, Buster...
Overindulgence, you know, it has its toll.
Buster had a bad heart attack, didn't he?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He did bust a blood vessel.
Literally.
Mm-hmm.
But he's back. They're back touring. He's back touring again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
And then we lost Roger Rankin, or Rankin Roger, sorry, not long ago as well.
Yeah. I'll agree with you there, Martin.
I saw the beat, the UK beat. Sorry, let's call them the UK beat because there was another beat, but there only is one, the beat.
The beat, yep.
I saw them, and it's Rankin Rogers' son that's fronting them now. Yeah. But I was actually there at his first gig fronting the beat. It was supposed to be his dad, but his dad took really not well this night they were supposed to be playing. It's back about 2011, 2012 or something.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
he had
nice.
really bad
Steve.
throat
I'm
problems
never
at
a
the
big
time.
London fan, but cool.
It was more sort of power ballads, wasn't it? Moan.
Yeah.
Power ballady. But I'm pleased they're still going. I am pleased they're still going for their sake, you know.
Yeah, Gary, they played that Mirror in the Bathroom. That was one of the first tracks they opened with, I think. In fact, it might have been the first track.
And I've got to agree with Martin about Mark Knopfler, Dire
Yeah,
Straits.
Mark Knopfler.
I do
Incredible guitar player, incredible writer, but an absolute cunt.
Well,
and he doesn't, but I know he doesn't mean to be. That's the thing. I think he's one of these guys. He doesn't sugarcoat. I think that's just the way he is. He doesn't sugarcoat it, but he basically said that Jimi Hendrix was shit.
He did, yeah.
And anybody could play Jimi Hendrix.
He's definitely said some things that I don't agree with over the years. Yeah. He really has.
He didn't agree that Jimi Hendrix was responsible for a boom in people picking up a guitar. He didn't believe that Jimi Hendrix was responsible for rock becoming a massive thing. Doesn't believe he was as influential as people make him out to be. Or
I would say that's jealousy.
Or as musically able as he was.
I would say that is jealousy.
So would I. Because let's be fair, Mark Knopfler. I mean, he did not get in his day when they were big, when Dire Straits were fairly big. They just didn't get the recognition that they actually deserved.
Yeah,
you know, because I mean, Mark Knopfler was from back then. He was probably the best, except for Steve Vai and maybe, Eddie.
Yeah.
You know,
they got big because of MTV.
Yeah.
They were lucky.
Mm-hmm.
They got that break.
It was just perfect timing. Perfect timing.
Oh, Santana is a fucking great guitar player.
Black Magic Woman.
Yeah.
Stavros break.
He's. I don't think it was. He actually is incredible, Block. If you watch him, because it's not what his left hand's doing. He's one of those guitarists that, again, he makes it look easy. But watch what his right hand does. Watch what Mark Knopfler's right hand's doing most of the time. That's where the talent is, and how you know just how fucking phenomenal he is.
I am going to disagree with you, Gary. You'll be shocked. I mean, my dad's a big fan of Joe Cocker, but he says he's a crap singer.
Yep.
But he knows how to work.
He's not great live. He's not great live. But this just proves what I was talking about earlier, though. He had one of those voices that just resonated nicely with other vocals and other musical instruments. It fitted beautifully in a mix. But if he isolated his vocals, they're awful. If you listen to just his vocals, they're awful.
Yeah.
But then it goes back to what I was talking about in the last show. Some dissonance is nice and pleasing to the ears. Tim Armstrong of Rancid doesn't sing in tune a lot of the time, but it really, really fucking works.
Yeah. Well, that's how I'm going to mention this earlier when you were on about the Linkin Park stuff. Bobby did a impromptu live stream yesterday.
Right.
And he would just doing some vocal mixing. It was another Poeta song that he's mixing.
Right.
So he's mixed the first song. He's got the okay from the band, so he's cracking on with rest of the EP. And he's just doing some vocal mixing, and he's looking at harmonies. Now, there's a couple of harmonies that they're quite close together. So what he's done, he's one of the harmonies, he's
taking it down a couple of cents.
Yeah, he's taken down to the major third
to knock it out of phase slightly.
Yeah,
yeah,
just to give that bit of excitement to it.
Because if they don't, it's going to sound really technical, but it's basically you need to excite the frequencies.
Correct.
You don't want them to gel.
Nope.
And blend perfectly, because if you get that, then you don't hear. Not one of those voices. If you have two voices and you mix them too well together, if they gel too well, neither one of them's going to shine. They're just going to blend too easy, and all you're going to hear is pretty much one kind of harmony. You knock it out of you knock one of those voices ever so slightly out of tune, they'll excite each other's frequencies.
Exactly.
Just go, and again, a slight bit of dissonance is just really pleasing. And then Mike Oldfield, funnily enough, when he recorded Tubular Bells, the very first one, right?
Yeah, fucking awesome.
Deliberately, the bass was out of tune. The bass, if you go back and you listen to the bass, it's not in tune with the piano. And it's not in tune with the guitar. However, if that bass is in perfect tune, and I know this for a fact because I've done a full cover of it with my mate Joe. I played the bass for him on it, and I did have it in perfect tune. Not even thinking I should have recorded this maybe a few cents down.
Yeah.
Like Mike Oldfield did, but he done it in the mix though. My mate Joe knew, because he's an absolute Mike Oldfield fucking fanboy. Like I was as well, like back in my teens. But the genius of what he did when he was recording that album though was he deliberately put the bass ever so slightly out of tune, so that the rhythm section stuck out and made the beat a bit more prominent, because Tubular Bells Part 1, the Exorcist theme, that part is all in 7/8. It's in 7/8 for one bar, and then it's in 8/8, goes back to 7/8 for a bar, back to 8/8. So it was really complex for its time. It was like, I mean, he was doing Meshuggah shit back in the 70s. He was doing polyrhythms in the 70s. But it sounded, you couldn't lock onto the rhythm too well because the bass didn't stick out enough.
Exactly, man.
Yeah, exactly, Gary. And like Muse, I've done a couple of Muse covers as well, and the guitar, I went to record the guitar in one of the solos. I had the guitar in perfect pitch, perfect tune, and the solo just didn't sound right. It didn't sound anything like Matt Bellamy's solo. It's not a proper guitar solo. It's all kind of Tom Morello stuff, where it's more about using harmonics and squeals and shit. But because the guitar was too much in tune, it just didn't sound right. So I had to put just like you said, Frusciante done, I had to put every single string ever so slightly out of tune, and it just gave it that really raw fucking studio sound, like rehearsal studio sound. But it's stuff, it's all we simple things like that you would never think. And a lot of people that record their own stuff at home make the mistake of doing, is having it too perfect.
Yeah, because another thing he did on the sort of double/background vocals is he also put some chorus on there direct on the track rather than an effect track. Again,
knocking it ever slightly out of phase with each other.
Yeah. Just to give you that. Sounded absolutely awesome.
Yeah. Because I used that trick, see, on the Raising Arizona one.
Yeah.
I used it on that. I used it wasn't chorus, but I used a time delay.
Yeah.
On each speaker to kind of create a chorus effect. One speaker was
what I did on that
few
track,
milliseconds out from the other, so it created a kind of chorus effect.
Well, what I did on that track I put out the other day on the choruses, I doubled the choruses for each vocal. And on the double, what I did is I put a similar sort of thing, put a pitch shifter in there.
Yeah, and just knocked it off a wee tad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only, I think, a couple of cents on either side.
One of my mates, she's just started her own band. It's her and her mate. Her mate does like keys and stuff and makes all her own music, and my mate sings for her. She's got a really, really nice voice. She likes like kind of old school Kate Bush and Cyndi Lauper and all those kind of 80s artists, Got a really good voice, but I'd say to her, like, if you ever want any stuff I can mix, fucking send it over and I'll have a fucking shot. I won't even charge you because like, I don't want to make money from it, so I'm just looking for new stuff to do. But I want to. She's got the Raising Arizona one. I loved mixing that because that girl's voice is just, you hardly had to do anything to
it. Martin, I can definitely agree with you up to a point. If it's done subtly, now I'm not necessarily auto-tune, something like Melodyne.
Yep.
If it's done subtly, it sounds fucking awesome.
Well, here's one of the
your share sounds like, then it sounds shit.
But here's a weird thing. Auto-tune is actually a godsend, but like not just for fucking keeping you in tune, but it's a versatile tool because like, I only just found out a few weeks ago through Mike, because obviously Mike is a massive fucking Devin Townsend fan. He is beyond diving down the rabbit hole. He lives in the fucking Devin Townsend rabbit hole. That's his domain. But he was talking about because somebody he was doing a live mixing session of the backing tracks that he's making for his performances on Twitch, and there was a lot of Devin Townsend songs, and he was going in and he was using the Melodyne and adjusting the vocals.
Well,
and he was saying, and somebody said, "Oh wow, you use Melodyne?" And he says, "Why should that surprise you?" He says, "Like every studio uses either Auto-Tune or Melodyne."
Yeah.
He says, and here's a surprising fact that most of you won't even know: Devin Townsend uses Melodyne on everything he has ever done.
Yep.
He uses it extensively. Even if he gets a perfect take, he's more likely to use Melodyne.
Yeah. Well, in that slate pack that we've got,
yep,
there's a similar facility in there. I've not tried it out yet.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's like a tuning facility in there as well.
I didn't know it because there's one in built into Ableton.
Yeah,
there's a vocal tuner and it goes. It's 12 cents. You get 12 step keys, and then you get 12 cents within every step key. But Melodyne's a hell of a lot more in depth though, because you can adjust it like percentage.
Yeah, cheeky bastard.
I love Gary's use of the word bold there. It's the Irish use of the word bold, which is a rather naughty child. A bold child is a naughty child in Ireland.
Yep.
Yeah, Devin uses Melodyne extensively on his vocals, and more in particular when he gets a perfect take and it's perfectly in tune, like we were just talking about, he'll deliberately put the vocal that perfect vocal ever so slightly out of tune. Sometimes he'll bring it back perfectly in tune to have everything gel nicely, and then he'll bring it back out to create a bit of discomfort in the vocals.
Bit of dissonance.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, auto-tune's actually such a really fucking handy thing. You can do some really good stuff with it.
But like we said before, it's not a new thing. They've been doing this for donkey's years.
Well, auto-tune stems from the vocoder.
Yeah.
That's vocoder. Auto-tune is the child of vocoder. Vocoders were auto-tune, except you had to play the key that you were singing to get it to be in tune.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of fucking music technology, did you see what Harley Benton just dropped?
No, what dropped?
Watched Ola reviewing it just yesterday. Harley Benton have just dropped a 100 watt power amp, and it's stomp box size.
Oh, nice.
Now it doesn't. It's just a 3-band equalizer, so it's bass, middle, treble.
Yeah. Sort of like that.
100 watt solid state power amp, and it straight into the cab, and then he plugs the chug pedal in it, and holy shit!
That's what I was just about to say. It sounds a bit like that Seymour Duncan thing, or the
power
orange.
stage,
yeah,
the power stage,
orange pedal.
Powerball. No, that was Angle. Sorry, that was Angle. That was an amp head.
Pedal platform.
Yeah.
That sounds like it'd be a good pedal platform.
But the clean sounded fucking gorgeous. Crystal. EQs, even though it's a 3-band EQ, it's actually quite versatile.
Cool.
And it's got a good amount of headroom in the treble and the low end.
Yeah. Cool.
But and he says that he could. I don't know if he could say the price, but he didn't say what it cost. But I mean, he said it was reasonable, very reasonable compared to others. And the fact that you've got a 100 watt amp head in a pedal form, it's just fucking mind blowing, man.
Well, the thing is,
plugging a fucking 100 watt head back in the fucking 90s to even to the 2000s was cumbersome.
Yeah. Class D amp is going to have no coloration to it anyway.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
Yeah.
Harley Benton's got some fucking incredible gear.
Oh, yeah. Was apparently it the GPA 100?
Have you got a picture of it there?
Yeah. Just give us a second. Present.
But yeah, the Harley Benton 2x12 apparently is possibly one of the best cabinets around.
Yeah,
it's got two proper. It's got two of the good V30s in them. That's the one.
Yeah,
66 quid.
Yeah, I have been looking at one of them. I have been looking at them
for a while.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ!
£66.06.
Do you reckon you would get hit with a copyright strike if you played even just a wee tiny clip of Ola?
Possibly.
Playing it. Because holy shit, man. 66 quid. I'm not joking. Wait to hear this fucking thing.
That's cheap.
Oops.
That's ridiculous. You think what a 100 watt amp would have cost us back in the day, man?
Oh, fucking hell, yeah.
Anything from, even back in the fucking late 80s, early 90s, anything from about 200 quid. Even back then. For a good one.
That's going for cheaper makes.
Mm-hmm. Cheaper, but still
this winds me up. This you get it with like the audio. Oh god, audiophile snobs.
That's just what Martin says. He laughs at the snobs. So do I, because I mean, Glenn Fricker's forever fucking poking fun at them, and he's got a fucking point.
Yeah.
All these fucking snobs are only snobs because they've bought with their eyes, made a mistake, realised that they didn't have to spend thousands and thousands of quid on something that would sound phenomenal, because it's not in the fucking quality of the and the price of the instrument. It's about
you're gonna get us banned, aren't you?
Probably. Let's have a look, see if we can
go a wee bit further, because he does a troll here at first. Wait until he puts the chug in front. There you go. Now, even just a wee
one
quick
of those IKEA shelves that you put underneath the desk to hold your cables. I figured that was smart, but whatever. Now we have a chug pedal going into the power amplifier. Let's hear out that sound.
66 quid. I mean, granted, you'll need a fucking distortion pedal in front, but that's 66 quid.
We'll leave that there.
Fuck me, what a day to be a musician, man.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's a guy I speak to, Daryl V. He's like, well, I mean, Bobby said this is the best time to be a musician / producer.
Yep. The amount of stuff that you can get your hands on now that's so easy. The Tonex, I will not have a bad thing said about that. It is just gorgeous.
I love everybody.
I love how free the stuff is. But
I'm gonna come out with something that Bill and I were talking about the other day. And no, this is a fair point, right? You hear everybody when they go and buy their latest mobile phone, right? They go and get their latest iPhone, and they don't get an Android phone because they want an American iPhone. Look, dumb fuck, it's made in China.
Yeah, same as all Android phones.
I'm not buying this because it's made in China. 99.9% of electronics, all the components that are in those electronics, are made in China, Taiwan, Malaysia, that part of the world.
Yeah.
Right? Get over your fucking self.
Yeah, but that Harley Benton power amp, I have been looking at one of them for a while, especially for that money.
You know,
honestly, man,
the internals in that are going to be Chinese, okay? And it's probably made in that part of the world.
I'm just going to check.
Made in China.
How much is the...
together?
I need to check this, actually. I want to see how much the Harley Benton 2x12 is.
Let's have a look. 12. So
there you go, 245, 250. Brand new.
One and the the angle one's 245 as well. So yeah, they're both same price.
Yep. It's the angled, it's the slanted one, the cowboy one. That's the one that Glenn's got. It's not the. It's not the side by side.
I mean, I've got a few bits.
Yeah.
From Harley
you get
Benton.
that.
I've never had an issue with any of them.
You get that and that fucking Harley Benton power amp. And a good wee, just fucking any decent fucking distortion pedal, and you're fucking kicking ass, man.
Yeah. You don't need anything else.
Or maybe if you already have like anything like a Tonex or anything, holy fuck, you're... And you've got such a cheap fucking rig that'll kick ass.
Tonex or the or any of the amp modelers. We switch off the cab section.
Did I hear Behringer are about to launch one? A new one?
Probably. I know.
They're just about. I don't know if it was Harley Benton. I'm sure. Was it Behringer was going to do it? May have been Harley Benton, but.
I know I've got the original Ali Benton one, and then they've released the Pro version. I think that was last year, 18 months ago.
Let's see.
Let's have a look, Martin. So for it's 100 watts at 8 ohms or 190 watts at 4 ohms. That power amp. Look at the B-stock solos, Martin.
That's fucking stunning, man.
Yeah.
Well, the guitar is.
Hey, I'm just average at best.
I hadn't done any insoles for a while, so I thought I'd just get that one in.
Oh, wait. Behringer already had one, the TM300. Wasn't them. It must be the Harley Benton one then.
Probably.
Don't think it's out yet.
Head Rush.
Let's see.
I've got the Head Rush, the original Harley Benton, and I've got the Zoom G6.
Thing is, Bill, there is hardly any audio stuff, be it for music production or for listening, that is actually made outside of China now.
Fractal's too expensive, man.
Oh, fuck it, yeah.
Fractal's just fucking. It's a dinosaur. It's an overpriced dinosaur now. If you have one, it's still relevant, but you don't need to spend that money now. You don't need a Fractal now. If you don't already have one now, there's no point in spending the money on it because the Tonex does exactly what it does. Put a Tonex and a Fractal in a mix, and you won't be able to tell a difference at all.
I mean, fucking hell. Glenn's proved that how many times?
Yep. Yeah, the Harley Benton one is the DNA FX Git Pro.
That's the one. Yeah, I've got the original. I'm an original Git.
Oh, wait a minute. Is this maybe this is the new one actually? The Git Advanced.
That might be the new one. The Git Pro, I think, has been out for a year or two now.
Check price.
Oh, fuck!
That's actually bloody good as well. 160.
That's not bad.
But I know Glenn just mentioning Glenn there. He's about to launch something as far as amp modelers are concerned.
Is he?
Apparently, yeah. He mentioned it on. He done a coffee with Ola.
Yeah, he did. I've not watched it yet. Yeah, I have seen.
Yeah, he was in Stockholm, and so he went to Ola's office and done coffee talk. But he was talking about amp modelers, and he was asking Glenn. He says, you know, even Glenn said these days amp modelers are just phenomenal, and you know, he says, I don't see the point in having all this fucking guitar gear anymore. It's got to that stage where he said a few years ago, he says maybe back then I was maybe questioning that it was going to happen, that people wouldn't have to buy amps. He says, but we're at that point now. You don't need to buy amps. He says it's still always going to be better because it's got more dynamics. There's more things going on. There's more random factors that can happen with the real thing, but put it in a mix, you just don't need it. And Ola says, so what are you doing with your guitar amps? And he says, I'm keeping them. Because he said, just like you said, you get that random factor where something just sounds nice.
Yeah.
That maybe didn't sound nice 3 days ago.
It's like we've said numerous times, Glenn said it. The average listener don't give a monkeys what the artist uses.
No.
Does it sound good? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, totally. They've kept up with the upgrades. Good on them, because I mean, it's like dated now. It's a large and cumbersome fucking thing for what it is now, compared to what I've got sitting in front of me here, which is a pedal-sized, well, a double pedal-sized box, and it has every single fucking amp sound that you could think of, and every single fucking amp head and cabinet that you can think of, whether it's bass.
I've got, it's only that big.
Every or any, basically. Mm-hmm. Totally, Block. Totally. That's why I'm singing its praises right now. Fucking Tonex is just, holy fuck! It's the best thing to fucking come out in years since the Fractal, and fucking what's the other one? Fractal and is Fractal the Axe Effects, or is it? That's the other one.
There's Fractal, there's Axe Effects.
Neural then.
Neural DSP, that's
Neural
the
DSP, yeah.
core.
That's the Quad Cortex, yep, that's the one. Yeah. So basically, you look at the size of them, I mean, fair enough, the Quad Cortex is a bit more of a decent size compared to the Axe Effects. Axe Effects is a rack mount.
Yeah.
You know, so that's quite big and clumsy. You know, you get the Quad Cortex.
You've got the head rush, you've got the...
That fits in a pedal board, and it's an amp head, and the fucking cabinet that you can just go directly into PA.
Yeah. Oh,
or you can still put it through a fucking cabinet if you want to.
Yeah. Like I say, link it up to the to that Alreyt and power amp.
Yep. But look at how much a Quad Cortex costs.
Oh, fucking hell, yeah.
And then you look at the design of the Tonex. Tonex is, it might look not as aesthetically pleasing as like the Quad Cortex, and you know, but it's fucking well made. It's solid.
Yeah.
You know, but what it does for the price, it just, to me, I think it fucking beats Quad Cortex. Just in all areas, price, performance, ease of fucking access, fucking size, weight.
But if you don't buy anything from Toma,
Kemper, yeah, that's the other one as well.
My affiliate link.
But
coming out there.
Just blows my mind. Some of the tones I've made with the fucking Tonex already are just fucking amazing. I've made my own Frank Bello tones.
Nice. Did you get the
Frantrax.
Did you get the original one or the mini one?
I've got the original.
The original.
Yep. The Tonex one.
Yeah.
Yep. No, this is the original one. And the thing is, even if you buy the Tonex one, you still get access to the Tonex library for free.
Cool.
And the Tonex library is fucking just, I don't think you could ever reach the bottom of it, because there's folk uploading to that every day with their own profiles of X amp and X fucking cabinet with X mic or mics, because it's just the amount of combinations are endless, literally endless. And there's somebody uploading to it every day, so you're never going to reach the bottom of the list with Tonex. And it's free, so long as you've got as long as you've bought the stuff officially. Because that's how I got the Frank Bello tones. I went back and I actually picked out my favourite sounds of his.
Yeah.
From specific songs. Done a Google deep dive, found out what amp head he was using, cabinet, and that was enough to get a good foundation for the sound, you know, because then I had to experiment with the fucking mics and whatnot. But I've got a couple of good Frankie Bello tones.
Sweet.
Got a Justin Chancellor tone as well for Plain schism. Free good sampler for piano stuff, free. I think the Labs is free if I remember right. And it's the BBC Symphonic Orchestra that it's sampled from. So you get a proper symphonic orchestra, grand piano, and other pianos. I think pretty much all of Labs' stuff is free.
Don't know these days. I'm not checked.
You need to download the bass, not bass as in the instrument, but the foundation. You need to buy the bass VST plugin for the different instruments to work on it, but it's free anyway. Hang on, I'll see if I can get a link for it here for you. I've got it. I use Labs for all my orchestra sounds. Spitfire Audio Labs. There we go.
That's it, Spitfire.
Yeah. Get the link for you here. Come on, load up.
Oh dear, that's going to be something else. Get loads of messages.
Come on. There we go. Right. Copy. There you go.
Might not let you put it.
Now, don't let it fool you. It says try for free on the homepage, right? But if you go to, I think it's packs, you'll find.
Gee, just type something in chat and I'll make you a mod and then you'll be able to.
Oh, did it block my link?
Yeah.
They did not just start charging, did they? There's no way they started charging. Spitfire. Is it Spitfire VST then?
Why is that not coming up on there?
See, Spitfire Audio. It's this one.
Why is that not coming up on there?
But yeah, I used a lot of free stuff.
That's why.
Absolutely.
Why pay if you don't need to? Do you know what I mean?
Why is that not coming up?
Eh?
You're not even coming up in normal chat there.
Oh, that's just for that choir, right? I don't need that. I need the basic fucking pack here. It's the basic fucking. Try that.
Gary, you're going to run out of room in your box room.
Because it's a fucking twat chat, that's why.
They've actually started charging for all their fucking products now. Everything. Spitfire always used to be free. And all of a sudden, even the stuff I've got looks as though it's full price now. So I wonder if I'll get hit with license.
So I thought, fuck it, we'll charge bastards for it now.
Son of a bitch. That means I don't have my pianos in my orchestra. Cheers, dude.
So hopefully you should be a mod now, so you should be able to post that link now.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, it looks as though they've started charging for all that then.
Oh, screw that.
The BBC Orchestra, that was their flagship for years.
Oh, yeah.
That was their flagship fucking VST, and that was the beauty of it was because it was free.
Yeah.
But it was gorgeous. I mean, the choirs, Spitfire Labs choirs that you got for free were just gorgeous.
I'm not using It's Spitfire audio stuff.
Mm.
I know they have.
I used to choir for Gojira.
Yeah.
Which track was it? Silvera. Son of a bitch. But yeah, I'll say there's loads of fucking good, there's other good free stuff. There's a channel actually, a YouTube channel that constantly puts up loads of free stuff.
Oh, there's loads, yeah.
There he is. Right, so where's your share? Right, there we go. Go give this guy a sub.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not. That guy is a fucking library of free VST stuff, and a lot of it is really, really good shit, man. I find a lot of stuff on his channel. There's some good, just what you're saying about learning the chords, there's some really good stuff, kind of like Rockstar style.
Yeah.
You know, where you have to play along on the piano to the tune, and it's kind of like Guitar Hero style, but then you see the notes coming down, you've got to hit them.
Yeah.
It's a guy that I watched. I used to watch him a lot. Haven't watched him for a good bit now, but he's only at the time I started watching, he'd only been playing guitar for 3 years, right? And he was doing perfect, and I mean perfect, sweep picking arpeggios. And we're talking different modes, different chord modes.
Cool.
Arpeggios, like he was going Phrygian, then he was going into Mixolydian, he was doing pentatonic, but he was doing everything. And he taught him. He'd only been playing for 3 years, and it wasn't robotic, and he taught himself with Rockstar.
That's it's a good bit of software, that.
It really was. Ubisoft, I don't know why they really shot themselves in the foot, because they stopped support for the original Rockstar recently. So many fucking people, especially Twitchers, were up in arms about it. Really shot themselves in the foot, because there's still a demand for it. It's in. I don't think they realised it. I think Ubisoft, being a games company, they thought, let's kind of bridge the gap between game and educational, and forgot that it was educational, an educational tool, and thought of it too much as a game, stopped putting plugins, stopped updating it, patching it and whatnot.
That's a shame, because what a good bit of software, that.
It really was, man. There's a lot of tunes that even though I've been playing for 35 years now, I've been playing bass. And even although been playing that long, there's still some tunes that I wanted to learn back when I first started that I still can't play to this day. There's a Rancid bass solo that I've never been able to learn, but I got bloody close when I was playing Rocksmith. That's how good that thing is. Because the beauty is you can slow it down, but it doesn't sound, doesn't sound computery, glitchy, when you slow it down. It's really clever the way they did it. Hit me with your rhythm stick. Hit me.
Fucking Ian Jury, fucking
Ian
awesome.
Jury was a fucking legend, that guy, man. Just did not give a fuck in the best way possible.
Still is a fucking legend.
And no, I cannot, because that bass line was just fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, fucking Norman Right. He's a fucking phenomenal bass player.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Thanks for that block. You've now put that in my head. It's going to be going round and ding, 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 ding.
There we go. There's hope for you, Gary. There's hope for you.
Yep.
He knows who
That's
Ian
the
Jury
stuff.
was.
That's the stuff. You just gained fucking extra brownie points in Matt's eyes there.
Yeah.
I hope you realise that.
Let's see if he knows who Ian Jury's backing band was. The first one.
Oh.
You want to be straight?
Well,
I don't judge, Gary. That's entirely up to you. Your sexuality is entirely up to you.
Blockheads.
And then when he had fucking Wilco in Blockheads, Jesus. Imagine them two.
Wilco, man.
Before it came the Blockheads, it was Kilburn and the Kilburn High Road.
Oh, fucking hell, even I was wrong.
Yeah.
And I lived in that era.
Wilco Johnson is one of my favourite all-time guitarists. It's just the way he was like a clockwork.
The energy.
Backwards and forwards.
Absolutely.
The energy and the intensity, the passion, the attack. Oh, fucking hell, man.
Gary, there are so many good songs.
A band that I used to love, and I mean love, to hate on, that I've recently had to correct myself on it, is the Hives. When they first came around, was it late 90s, early 2000s?
Late 90s, yeah.
Right. Had to say I told you so. All right. And that bass player that just looked as though he should have worked in a kebab shop. You know, like, do you want sauce with that? Do you want sauce? Do you want sauce? But see their guitarist, watch him fucking play live. You can tell that boy's a fucking Wilco fan. But holy fuck, that band has got some energy, man. And he ain't fucking spring chickens anymore.
Not these days, no.
But fuck me, they're bloody good. Their new stuff is...
Lizzie Ale. There's a reason why Skid Row...
Oh, you're going to get fucking Bill going again, man. Hit me with your shovel, Mick.
You racist, Bill.
You racialist. If you want to check something out with Lizzie Ale, what's the name of the band?
The one she done with the Who?
No, it's like a bluegrass band.
Not the Who, as in Roger Daltrey. I mean the Mongolian Who.
No,
the native owl.
They're not native owl. That's it.
Right.
They're called thrash grass.
He's great.
Ooh.
It's fucking awesome.
Ooh.
Yeah. She did a song with them. They redid one of their songs, and she did guest vocals. Oh,
Hailstorm, my fellow countryman.
Arr. That's one of Steve's favourite bands, Hailstorm.
My countryman. I actually think I played a gig with them years ago. Years ago, like early 2000s. I think we were in a battle of the bands with them.
That's the song that she did with him, Mercy.
Pretty sure they won.
I love that. I also nutcases.
I mean, to be fair, I was fucking off my face pretty regularly back in those days, but
as were they probably.
I am fairly sure, to almost certain, that we played a battle of the bands with them that they won at the cat house in Glasgow.
They're definitely a little bit on the nutty sides, a lot of them.
Yeah.
That was the battle of the bands that I was telling you guys about. The guitarist Dave, one of my best mates, he'd snapped a string on his guitar when we were doing the sound check, and actually he didn't bring a spare guitar with him, nor did he bring spare strings even.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Because he was just too busy thinking of getting wasted afterwards. So while we were on stage, he snapped it in the first song. That's what it was. First song we played. Snapped a string. And he's like, "Oh, I'm supposed to be a hardcore punk band. Oh, sorry guys, sorry. Has anybody got a spare guitar I could play, guys?" Well, for fuck's sake, Dave. Somebody brings a guitar up, right? And it's a really gorgeous looking Explorer.
Yeah.
Right? And I think it was one of the labels, big label Explorers. ESP, possibly, at the time. And puts it on. Didn't put the strap on properly.
Oh, hey.
Goes to hit the fucking first chord and does a Pete Townsend, just goes, boom. Fucking guitar hits the fucking floor. And you could just hear the guitarist that owned the guitar going like above the crowd going, and he's like, oh, sorry, man. So I'm really sorry. It's all right though. It's all right. Yeah. Hardcore punk band, yeah.
Oh,
brilliant, brilliant. Way to show us.
Back in the day, I always carried a fucking spare guitar with me.
At least take strings, for fuck's sake. For all the time it takes to fucking change a string. If you're any kind of guitarist, you know how to do it fairly quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like you said, you should always take a fucking spare guitar. I always had a spare bass, even though I think I've only ever snapped a string since I got competent with bass anyway. After a few years, I only ever snapped a string like twice. Because you learn the right amount of attack that your instrument can take before it will snap. Especially if you use the same brand for long enough, you know the breaking point. Just like coils, building coils.
Exactly.
You know the fucking snapping point of the metal, when you're spinning a coil, you know the right amount of tension that it can take. But always take a spare instrument, fuck's sake. Don't have to borrow another fucking guitarist's fucking guitar and then drop it in front of them. Dick.
Gary needs a moment. He's talking about Paramore.
Hate the band, but by God, I would love to die in Hayley fucking Williams' embrace.
I'd like to die in something.
I'm not going to tell you what it is she's embracing me with, though. Leave that to the imagination, but fucking hell.
In her thighs?
She naughty. She naughty. I would accept bad things from her.
I bet you would, you dirty bastard.
Yes.
Yes.
And I would ask for more, please.
Thank you, mummy. Harder.
Block, while at the same time, I was in two different bands. One was a punk band, the heavy punk, the hardcore punk ska band that I told you about there, and a classical blues band. Couldn't get much different.
Nope.
Not really, mate.
But somehow I never had to change my tone for either one.
What was the blues band in Open G?
Funnily enough, that was one of the very few times, one of the only strings I ever brought snapped was a D and a G. And I didn't know if guitar shops sold single strings at the time, and I walked into. It's the guy that now owns Guitar that started the company that used to own Sound Control in Glasgow. I remember walking into the place and I said, "Excuse me, mate, do you sell any G strings?" And the guy went, "Marks and Spencer's just down the road, mate." I'm like, no, I mean for a bass. He's like, "Oh yeah, no bother." Fucking prick.
Should be taking pictures of birds in nature again. The nature is pictures.
Well, Gary, that's a thing. See, if you can afford it, it's actually best to change the strings before every performance.
Yeah. Flock of seagulls, whatever happened to them? There's a bit of Pulp Fiction for you.
But,
Bill was thinking about Floy Jansen in a G string.
Oh, you bastard! Now you got me thinking about it. Oh, death by snoo. Death by snoo.
G string. Yeah, but Bill's thinking about it as a G string under the nurse's uniform.
Mm-hmm. Fresh strings on a bass every performance. Oh,
you need a moment, G.
That's the key to a perfect tone. A new set of strings every time you play, if you can afford it. Most people can't, though.
No, we try the bass strings.
But this is the beauty of having something like Tonex, because it's taking that out of the equation as well. You don't need that, because a lot of it's in the VST now. You don't need the new strings.
Yeah.
The Bandit Ducks were out again, were they?
They certainly were. Oh, going back to what we said almost at the start, that certain American that's just done that course. Oh, the fucking strings on that bass are so fucking dead. Luckily, there is a DI.
There was a couple of the.
Jesus.
Oh, it was the Voidscape. There was Discord. It was Discord. One of theirs was actually, the bass was fucking awful in that, man. The strings sound was just it was dead. There's a couple of Bobby's recordings where the strings are dead, but I like that he's done that. He's put that in.
Cool as well, Martin. I agree.
Yeah. Yep.
So
he
likes a bit of the Mediterranean females.
Or was the red-headed lassie from? Is it Elaine?
That narrows it down.
Oh,
is it Elaine? Simone. Simons?
Yeah,
Simone Simons. Simone Simons.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's. It's Elaine. No, Elevati. Elevati's the other one. She's gorgeous as well, though. There's loads of fucking. They're all coming at the woodwork, man. All these fucking beautiful fucking musicians. Holy shit! Have you seen Raya Weisner? The drummer. She's a drummer. She only ever used to do YouTube shorts and TikTok. She's actually a phenomenal drummer. Raya Weisner, she's German. Holy fuck, she's absolutely stunning, man. Fucking just drown in the eyes alone. The drummer, Elijah Wood. Do you know what I mean? Eloy Casagrande. Elijah Wood's a fucking hobbit, man.
He had a small drum kit.
Oh, Mr. Frodo, I don't know if I can play these polyrhythms anymore. I want to go back to the Shire and play my folk music.
That's it. I want to see Elijah Wood playing the drums, and I want the track to be The Wizard, Black Sabbath, A Wizard Reborn. That would be perfect.
Gandalf, you were late in that beat. A wizard is never late.
A wizard turns up when he's supposed to.
A wizard arrives precisely when he means to. Gary, I honestly thought you were taking the piss with that fucking name. It's not even a he as well, it's a she.
If you want to check out some females in a band, check out the 2 females in Sick and Beautiful. One of them's got RGB boobies.
I remember you told us about that. They were the support for Wednesday 13, weren't they?
That's right, yeah.
Yep. Jenny still talks about that.
And
fuck's sake,
all
Gary.
I can say is the drummer is well endowed as well.
Right, Gary, I'm a mod now, so I've got a ban hammer. Just keep that in mind. Fuck's sake. And I'm warning you now. I am lit for. I will. Do you want me to bring the hammer down? Do you want me to bring the hammer down?
You know that thing in the corner of the room that's gathering dust? That's called a telly. If you put it on, you know, sometimes you get films on there.
I thought the Irish were cultured, man.
No, don't forget.
What?
No, don't forget.
Oh, Jesus Christ, they saw Harry Potter for Lord of the Rings. Oh, my head. My eyes, it's like needles. Scraping the back of my eye sockets.
So you've gone and watched the Potter fucking shit.
Oh, fuck's sake.
But you haven't watched the true...
I'm going to impose something on myself right now. I'm going to impose...
That was Lars's drum sound on Saint Anger.
Yeah.
2 biscuits into the pan lid.
I'm actually going to impose a no ban for my first day as a mod, right, on myself, because I'm hovering above this fucking button here.
You've been very mature tonight, haven't you?
I know. What's so weird about where's the real G gone?
I had a good day.
Fair enough.
I'm not going to let somebody that needs a good fucking cultural education a shit for, you know.
No, G. You don't need that. He just needs a good fucking kicking.
Well, if you can't...
No, I get that, Gary, because I'm quite ADD when it comes to reading. It needs to be something I'm truly, truly gripped by for me to persist with a book.
Yep. So,
hence why I've only ever read Shakespeare. A few other books, like sci-fi stuff, like Arthur C. Clarke and Frank Herbert. That's it. I don't do books.
You could go and get audio books.
They put me to sleep.
Mind you,
you definitely get a good kicking with some DMs.
The Great Dune trilogy, the original trilogy, holy shit, man! Those books blew my mind, man.
Phenomenal.
I read the whole trilogy easily within a week.
Cool.
It was just fucking that guy. For when that was written in the fucking early to mid 60s. Dune, and fuck me, man, it was fucking incredible for its time.
I've read all of Tolkien's books.
I started reading The Hobbit and I started reading The Fellowship, and I just couldn't.
You were there.
I got it.
Well,
do you know
the first one?
where do you think I got to in Fellowship before stopping, or where do you think I stopped? Where do most people stop reading The Fellowship? When they meet who?
Yeah, for fuck's sake. So you got past this book was published in?
Tom Bombadil. That's where most people stop, because that whole section's the pace just shifts.
It's long.
But it's deliberate. I mean, I get why he done it. It was really clever, actually, the way he wrote that, because most of the book, there's always something going on. That's the whole point. Even although it's just Kevin Smith took the piss out of it, but he boiled it down to its essential fucking component parts, which is it's just a group of mates walking.
Yeah, it is.
That's all it is. It's just a group of mates going for a walk. Some shit happens along the way. But there was always something going on to keep you reading. But then you get to Tom Bombadil, and the whole point is the pace just goes to zero pace. Nothing happens.
It does.
Because that's the point, though, is because they need time to recuperate. So it's all about relaxing, doing nothing, and just soaking up the atmosphere. And it is boring as fuck. I actually got past that point. But I think I was so exhausted from that whole fucking Tom Bombadil section. I was just like, fuck it. I'll watch the movies again.
I actually agree with your block. They should have put it in the film.
They should have kept it in.
The problem was that the films were already very long anyway.
Plus, I seem to remember an interview with Peter Jackson where he explains his reasoning behind not having Tom Bombadil in it is because Tom Bombadil is such a mysterious character. You don't know who or what he actually is.
He is what you make him.
From what I can gather, he's seen what is described in that whole fucking section of the book. He seems to be either a god, the god, an angel, although he can't be an angel because the Istar, as in the wizards, are angels. Because they're the ones that fall to Earth. Right? So he's not an angel. He's not a wizard. He's not an Istar. He's not an elf. He's not a human. He's not any of the races. So,
Block just said it.
Life and nature itself.
Because Tolkien's views on life were he had leanings towards sort of paganism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just as Block said, he is, which is basically the definition of God. I am.
And he is part of nature. Therefore,
yeah. So that's what I got from it is he is nature, which is life. So he is the life force.
He's kind of left it open for you to say you make what you want. I think
that's why he wasn't in the movies, is because it wouldn't have mattered how he portrayed him. Everybody was going to go, that's not Tom Bombadil, that's not what I had in my head. Because everybody has their own idea of what a godhead is, or what an angel is, or what a wizard is. We've all got our own perceptions.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That we put on them, and we think of. If I say to you, angel, you immediately get an image in your head. It's maybe a stereotypical one of the angel. Halo, harp, wings.
Nope. Big beard, bike.
Okay. Hell's Angel, right? Fair enough. But again, it conjured an image for you. So, but if he's in the same respect, you say to a Tolkien fan, Tom Bombadil, they've got their own image because they've created it in their own head when they read it initially. So anybody else's interpretation is going to be wrong. Because that's the point of the character. Everybody sees Tom Bombadil from their own point of view.
Yes, they do. That's why I think Tolkien was so clever.
Yeah, hence why he wasn't in any of the movies.
He didn't tell you.
And
it allowed you to use your imagination even more than you would in a normal book.
Yeah. And by the way, is anybody here watching Rings of Power right now on Amazon? If you are, type yes in chat because I'm about to spoil something. So I'm giving you time.
I haven't yet because I still ain't got proper fucking internet.
Right. Well, I'm going to spoil something. So if you watch Rings of Power, tell me in chat right now.
Go on, spoil it for them. Fuck them up.
Do it.
No, I don't like spoiling stuff, but it's just this is for folks that are into Lord of the Rings, but maybe don't watch, that maybe don't give a fuck about Rings of Power. Because I know Rings of Power has been quite polarizing with the Tolkien fans. But I actually really enjoy it. Like, nobody's saying yes yet. I'm counting.
All I saw was Lisa.
Counting from 10, so as you're hearing this countdown, you have time to mute. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
Do it.
5-4.
3, 2,
2-2. 1. Tom Bombadil's in Rings of Power. He's in Rings of Power, and it's Roy Kinnear's son that's playing him. Rory.
Wow.
Oh, Roy Kinnear.
And I'm not being funny, but it's not what I was expecting. But it's kind of beautiful what they have done with him. Yeah.
Gary, yes, you are.
It is sticking with how he's described in the book, as in he doesn't really get a description. Like Block said, he just is.
Yeah.
He's there. He's never explained who or what he is. He's just there. And you know he's something bigger. And so he actually somebody says to him, how old are you? And he says, I'm older than you. I'm older than that tree out there. I was old enough to see that sky when it was just black before the stars appeared.
I've just gone from reading Lisa putting she's seen great tits today. A Block putting he's eating a fresh horse sausage.
Oh, horse meat's gorgeous, man, if it's cooked nice. Bill, if you manage to get through the first season, seriously, dude, keep watching. This season is all red. It's only 2 episodes that are out. These 2 episodes are already phenomenal. And I'm not joking, it is fucking incredible. But yeah, horse meat's gorgeous, man. IKEA meatballs before they found out it was all horse meat. Yum.
We've been eating it for decades.
Gary's eaten a few horse sausages.
I bet he has.
Remember Findus pancakes when it was still horse?
Yep.
Beautiful. I don't see why everybody was up in arms about it. So, okay, it wasn't beef. They didn't say it was beef. They just said it was mincemeat.
Yeah.
Do you know, I have to say something. This show is at serious risk of becoming nearly, this is a word I never thought I'd use, cultured.
Piss off.
It did. It nearly became cultured.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Well, not used to having on stream.
Nothing wrong with that, Gary. Nothing wrong with that. Clarkson's a legend. Has some very right-wing opinions, but
I still
love him for it because he's.
Of course, he's a legend. He's banned fucking Keir Starmer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. That was brilliant. You're not allowed.
And James May.
Do you know what I like about Clarkson is the fact that he says whatever he says, he backs it up, and if you don't like it, yeah.
But again, it's like, prove him wrong.
People slag him off.
Sometimes he has been proven wrong, but he's got the humility enough to actually turn around and go, okay, I was wrong.
And he's been
he has done. He has done.
I did like the fact he punched Piers Morgan though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Because I must admit, I'd have liked to have punched Piers Morgan too.
Yeah. He's got that kind of face.
Yeah.
That's just me, Lisa. I am that culture. Apparently my gut seems to think so anyway.
Especially after that pizza you had the other week.
Oh, fucking hell, man. I was ill again earlier in the week there. I was in bed for 3 days.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Just fucking... So it turns out that all these problems that I was having with the stomach, right, was coming for the colon, as I told you. It's diverticulosis.
Oh, nice.
They didn't tell me, but apparently when I was last in hospital for it, when I got the diagnosis of the diverticulosis, I had infected colitis as well.
Down with mushrooms. Evil mushrooms.
Thanks for mentioning food, because I just forgot I had Pringles there. Woohoo!
Oh, Pringles.
Salt and vinegar Pringles. But yeah. Mushrooms on pizza is actually really nice. I hate mushrooms, but see if they're thinly sliced on a pizza, and really, really, really cooked well.
They're all right if they're thinly sliced. I don't choke on them then.
Shall I tell you what we've got for afterwards after the stream?
That.
Lemon cheesecake.
Hang on. Cheesecake.
Cheesecake. Cheesecake.
Wrongly, you did have. Lisa's just finished.
Yeah, apparently it was that was infected colitis I had the last time as well.
It's a nasty disorder, isn't it? Really nasty.
Fucking horrible, man. Didn't eat for 3 days either. Just couldn't keep anything down.
This time of night it'll be an Irish coffee.
Oh yes. Because that is the one that actually sort of burns through your stomach lining, isn't it? Eventually. Dangerous.
Something like that. Oh no, I think actually ulcerative colitis is the one that burns through.
That's just
in fact, I think the infected colitis is basically it's bacterial.
Well, I hope so.
The balance of the bacteria, the good bacteria and bad bacteria's off kilter.
Right. No. We'll get told in a minute. Lisa will educate us, I think.
Yeah.
Basically, just think
out with water, but it's just beer flavoured water.
Yeah, it's the colon. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Lisa.
Diverticulitis is the infection part. Diverticulosis is that's the root problem that has the.
Because then there's colitis.
It basically turns into diverticulitis sometimes. Oh shit, Bill! It really is, man. It literally is coming out of both ends at the same time.
Nice.
No joke.
That's never good.
And you just can't do fuck all about it, and you're just like, all you wanted. You're sitting there and you're like, oh, I don't want anything to eat, but your stomach's going, you need to fill me with something, but you know you can't.
Do you know, Gary's actually come out with quite a good joke there.
Yeah.
It's quite good, that one. I'll give him that. He's kind of... Yeah. Almost brought himself back into good books with that one.
Hey, I wouldn't go that far.
Right.
Better books.
All right.
I used to hate needles. They don't bother me now.
Yeah, never bothered me, to be fair.
I'll tell you why. It depends where it's going, but generally I don't give a fuck. When you've had a needle that goes all the way through this fat ass fucking stomach into the stomach lining, you really don't give a fuck about most needles after that.
Well, I don't give a fuck about it. When I used to have
fucking loads, I'm just sitting there and watch them.
I used to have injections in my spine.
Yeah.
For pain relief. And I used to have 36 injections every time. And
holy fuck.
That long. And when you come out, I've got pictures somewhere. My back looks like somebody's taken a baseball bat from like just below my shoulder blades down to like the top of my ass.
Fucking hell, man.
But the needle bit, the only time it bothered me was when student nurse, they said, "Oh, could she do it?" And I was like, whatever. Oh,
let me guess, rattled one of the discs by accident.
Scraped the needle straight across the spine. You know when people say that noise you get from the chalkboard when you do your nails, it's like that, but going through your body. It is
just resonating up into your neck.
Nah.
Hey, people pay good money for that, you know.
You know what part of the problem is, Gary? The mistake a lot of nurses make is they'll say to you what they're about to do, and that's it. That's all they say to you. See if you get somebody that's actually just sitting talking away to you, quite the thing. Half the time you'll not even realise that it's been done.
No.
Yeah,
because I've had loads of fucking blood tests done just this past year alone. I've had a shit ton.
If they're just waffling away and chatting about the weather, and then yeah, we're done.
And at the hospital, they don't even talk to you. They just come in and they go. They just do it, and you do feel the wee, the wee tiny stab in the flesh, but. The woman that does it round at the health centre, yes, I was trying to avoid saying prick.
Bastard.
Just a little prick, hey! Wasn't where you'd seen it.
It's when the doctor says, just turn around and bend over.
Mm-hmm. But the nurse that does it round in my health centre, she's fucking amazing. She'll sit and talk away to you and she'll be like, well, what have you been up to? And half the time I've not even realised that it's been done. Next thing she's like, hey, that's you. And I'm like, all right.
Nah, piss off.
Yeah. And then she just clams up all of a sudden.
You nearly had a prick in your prick then, Bill.
Oh, fuck it. Holy shit, Martin.
Jesus.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
It's all you can do, Martin, is just keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going till you stop.
See, just illustrates the point. Doesn't matter how bad you feel and moan about it, it's always somebody worse off.
Yeah.
Just look at Gary.
Yeah.
I'm saying, Bill.
Mm-hmm. However, don't come near my fucking feet with one. You can put the needle anywhere else. I don't give a fuck, but just don't come near my fucking feet. Oh. I will kick your fucking head in if you come near my feet with a needle. I'm not a violent person, but I won't be held responsible for anything I do if you come at me with a needle at my feet.
So they test your lymph glands, isn't it? Go between your toes.
Or if you're having to get an ingrown toenail removed.
Yeah.
There you go, Gary just said it. Yeah. I watched my son, stepson. I watched him having to get it done. This boy was a crybaby, but holy fuck, I was so proud of him this day. So proud of him, because he just sat there and he wasn't doing it, to make any of us proud. He was literally just like, I think it got to the point where he'd had it done that many times, it was just like, I don't give a fuck anymore, just do it.
Yeah.
But I was like, good on you. Fucking good on you.
I would have minded him when I was 15.
Because I couldn't have fucking done it.
Reflection in sailing. I was fucking watching him doing it.
Yeah. That's what he was saying. He was just sitting watching, like, he was totally fucking fascinated, and I'm like, wow. So fucking proud. I promised myself I wouldn't cry. Yeah, Gary. My old man was all fucking talk as well. He was a fucking coward. Was. Don't know.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares?
Well, he went out for cigarettes one day and don't think he ever found them. But we're glad. We're so fucking glad.
Absolutely.
Can't. Satan.
Twat.
I am actually the son of Satan. Just want to mention that.
You know, son of mine. Bollocks. Both of them.
Oh, holy fuck. 28th.
Yeah.
Guess when I leave for Turkey.
28th.
The morning of the 29th.
It'd be all right.
I might have to sleep until an hour before the show.
That's
and then
fine. We'll give you a good kicking.
Yep.
Matt's got your address.
Just do all my packing and then go to sleep. Go to sleep on the 28th, sleep through the day, and then just wake up for the show and stay awake for the travel.
Sounds like a plan.
Mm-hmm. I can go.
Put it this way, we've got a few guests coming on. And a few of them as well.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee you have a few of them. Hold on,
guests coming on as well.
No, you're all right, Gary. I'll not get the kicking. Matt's nearer the border than I am.
Well, as we don't know your exact address, Gary, it's a bit of a problem giving you a kicking.
Yeah, but don't forget, Gary, Matt's got relatives in the south.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have one of them.
I'm kind of halfway between Belfast and the border.
Yes,
I think I'm probably closer.
There may be one or two 10% plus beers.
Oh dear. The stream is going to decline into.
It may get a bit messy. I may have to get the Glenmorangie out as well.
You fucking bastard. Tell you what, see when you're fucking drinking your fucking Glenmorangie and choking on it, why don't you fucking tell us about Testament and Crater and fucking Anthrax as well? Yeah, Anthrax. Oh, but it tastes like fucking cat's piss. I'm so fucking jealous, man. I just want my stomach to be okay. I want to fucking taste whiskey again.
So Lisa's struggling up the stairs.
Yeah, it may get a bit messy that night. Never mind.
Carling out of a tap, out of a can, yes, tastes like piss. Yes. It's nice off tap on the tap though. If it's nice and cold. Most beers are nice as long as it's on the tap, except for Budweiser. Unless it's the proper Slavic Budweiser.
Budweiser.
Oh, don't worry. I can climb over everything in the garage.
He's going to end up falling down the back behind a load of boxes.
I might not get out.
All you hear is, I can't get back out. It's all right, though. Found it.
I'll just drink it here. I don't give a shit.
Yep. Oh, totally, Gary. That's what I love about it.
The subjects are varied. I'll give that, Gary.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it'd be boring to talk about one subject all night.
Random is.
Yeah. We can go on several different tangents.
Very true, Bill.
Yep.
Very true.
Yeah, you got a good point.
Well, Bobby's going to pop on. Hopefully.
Awesome.
We
never spoken properly to Bobby once, and that was on here.
Yeah. Maybe that certain American dude that we're not going to mention his name. Another American dude we've had on before, Ron from Loudstack in Ugretown, and he may be fetching a special guest with him.
And we've also got Speedball coming on as well.
Oh, sorry?
Speedball. Brian,
yeah. Brian said he'll pop on for a little while.
Well, that gives us an hour's drinking time with no talking.
I fucking love Brian.
He's awesome, Brian.
I love Brian because I don't have to talk anymore.
And I'll have a word with Chris, MTN.
Yeah. Can't remember the last time I spoke to Chris either in person.
It's been ages.
I think
it's been a couple of years at least.
Last time I spoke to Chris properly, I've got to be careful how I word this.
Yeah, I know.
It was on the Misfit show.
Yeah.
And there was some drama surrounding certain things.
Yeah. You know.
Related not to Chris.
So fucking chuffed for that dude now. It is unreal, man.
Oh, I think the guy's done fucking, props to him.
Yeah. And it just proves something that I've lived my life by, which is bad things. They might be totally shit at the time, but they do happen for bloody good reason.
Yeah. He got away from the sort of the vape side of things.
Yep.
And he's moved on and he's done fucking well.
Yep.
Well done you. And
everything, no matter how bad or how shit.
Ex vaping reviewer that said he'd never do anything with his second channel.
And yet, where is said person now?
Being
person said that Chris's channel wouldn't do anything. Where's his channel?
On the speedophile. Sorry, that's me saying that, and that is my opinion. That person, if you ever this, the one who
again, no matter how shit it is, it happens for a reason.
Yeah, it does. You leave people like that behind. Gary, in reply to you, no, I haven't been to down to Cork and Kerry. And I need to go to Cork because it's where my granddad was actually born. Was in Cork. Many, many years ago.
Gorgeous down there, man.
It is.
I would like to go down that way.
Same.
The only downside is Gary's around there.
I only got as far as like Bray and Huff.
Every silver lining has a cloud.
Which is where the Edge and Bono live.
I don't know exactly. I just know it was Cork, and I don't know exactly where. I'd have to have a look through the paperwork.
The Cork and Kerry Mountains.
He was actually, I think, from Cork itself. But he was young when he came over because he moved to the mainland. Long story, which I'll tell you at some point. Long story.
But I mean, for all the weather may not be great, it is still, I would say, one of the most beautiful places on earth is Ireland.
Well, like I said, today,
and that's coming from a Scotsman.
Today round here, it's been really sunny.
It was gorgeous today up here as well, man. Not a fucking cloud in the sky.
Oh, man, it's been absolutely shite here today.
Well, usually when it's fucking glorious over there, it's shite over here.
Yeah, I mean, went into town earlier on, and it was cloudy, but it was like that really sort of muggy feel to it.
Yeah.
And then about an hour later, you just got that fine rain that gets you wet.
Oh, it soaks you through.
Everybody inside,
Everybody in, spitting.
Put a coat on.
Then we have that all afternoon from about fucking 2 o'clock.
That big rain.
It's like, for fuck's sake. We've got a new toy to play with.
Dude, I still can't fucking believe that Harley Benton thing, man. It's only 66 quid.
Yeah, 66 quid.
Holy
I've
fuck.
been looking at one of them for a while.
You would be crazy to not fucking get one of those if you were a guitarist. Crazy. Especially if you owned fucking distortion pedals already.
I may have one or two.
Oh, I know you do. I mean, that is literally all you need is that in a fucking decent wee cabinet.
Yeah.
You're fucking sorted with a fucking killer setup. I mean, he actually
No worries, Bill. I don't think we're going to be much longer anyway.
All right, Bill. All right, dude.
Bye, the bud.
See you later, buddy.
But if you watch the full video of Ola's review, he does like a couple of wee bars of Pantera, and fucking tone it of that thing's just gorgeous. I'd love to see it through the Harley Benton 2x12 though.
Oh yeah, but it sounds.
Hopefully Glenn does it because I know he loves his Harley Benton stuff. So pretty sure he will have tried it because Ola had that sitting ready for review while Glenn was over there. So he probably did say to him about it. Oh, pretty sure Glenn will do a review. And I know for a fact if he gets his hand on that, he will put it through the 2x12.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll keep seeing it pop up on my Facebook feeds, and it's like, oh, I'm so tempted. I think for that sort of price, you can't go wrong.
That's an introductory price as well, so it's probably likely to drop a bit.
Possibly.
I think, Gary,
they probably will.
In my basket, see if I get a little discount code.
If it's that price for just the basic power amp, clean power amp, they might release another version with a built-in distortion module in it.
Possibly. I know they've had that one out for a while.
You know, they might release a 2-channel eventually.
As far as I remember, Gary, my granddad was born at I think it was near Glanmire or Glanmere.
So
that's where he was
shipping's
born.
only a tenner. So you can't go wrong. I mean, even with shipping, so what, 76 quid? You can't go wrong.
For Tolman?
Yeah.
Because
you won't get it on Amazon, Gary, because it's is Tolman's own brand.
You might, because there's that you get independent sellers on it on there now.
Possibly, yeah. If you get a second hand one, you might see one on Amazon.
What was it called again, Lee? The Harley Benton
GPA -100.
Aye, there it is. Right. Oh, there's a GPA 400. Huh?
Oh.
Hang on a goddamn minute. 400? Yeah, it's a rack mount.
Okay, no.
There's a Harley Benton GPA 400 watt for 160 rack mount.
Oh, yeah, there is, yeah.
What's the 200 one then? Is that right?
Well, if the 400, that'll be free postage. Because I think anything over 129, 130 quid is free postage.
Right. Is there a 2? It comes up in the search, but I'm not seeing it.
I don't think there is. I think they do the 100.
No, it's not. It's only 100 or 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I wonder if the 400s get the... If it's the same, if it's just basic EQ, or if it's got multi-channel. Bridged 400 watt, 8 watt, and 200 watt at 16 ohm.
No, it's 2-channel. Channel A, channel B.
Ooh, so that does have distortion. They will then. They will eventually do that then. They'll release the 100 with a split channel. Eventually. Yeah, just probably slightly more expensive.
The trouble is, Gary, my granddad was kind of split up from his siblings when he was about 3 years old and brought over to the mainland by his dad. So there isn't much history apart from like a name of the name, his name. There isn't much history. So there was some dodgy goings on in the family at that time. Surprise, surprise, it's my family.
And the 400, you can have separate outputs as well for channel A and channel B.
Oh,
yeah,
that's nice. For the price, only 160 quid.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was the one that I saw was coming. Laney Ironheart pedal.
Yeah, I think they've released 2 new versions. I've got the original one.
Yep, I remember that.
It's fucking awesome pedal, that.
Laney always done good stuff, man. They always did.
That might sound fucking good through that.
Yeah.
Although that's a 60-watt amp on its own anyway.
Yep. Well, it's like Matt was saying, it's a good flat response amp. That's basically all that is. That's all that is. So anything you're adding to it's just going to improve on it.
Absolutely.
I was talking to somebody about this the other week not about guitar amps, but about amps.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously everybody knows you've got analog amps and then you've got digital amps. But then you've got A, B, and Class D. Well, Class D is if you want power, Class D is what you want because you can.
Yeah, funnily enough, I'm looking right at that Class D technology. Yep.
Class D amp,
which is what the GPA 100 is. It's D. Yep.
Class D amp is fucking awesome.
Yep.
And you don't get much heat off them.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, you're not going to get much heat off of that. The size it is.
Class AB amp. You run a Class AB hi-fi amp. Fuck me, they get hot.
Let's see, what's that powered by?
Well, the 400 will go up to 16 ohms.
Power supply 220 to 240 volts. So what would that be British?
Say that again, mate.
220 to 240 volts. So what would that be in a power supply? British. 12 volt?
240 volts. Into...
Or is it 9 volt for that? It'll be 9. It'll be 9 or 12 volt power supply.
Yeah.
Basically. So that is not going to get anywhere near hot.
No.
It's not even going to get warm.
Oh, Gary! Gary's really gone down the hi-fi rabbit hole, hasn't he? He's on a bit right, Gary. Let me explain something to you.
Right.
Okay. When we started with hi-fi, we got tube amps. Okay. Tube amps.
Valve amps.
Valve amps. Yes. Sound lovely. There's an issue with them. You'll get probably I don't know what you'd get with guitar amps because I wouldn't have thought that the actual tubes would last that long, the valves in them.
It depends on how much you use them. If you're using them on a daily basis, like on a tour, then you're going to have to replace them.
And they're not cheap. A lot of them. The trouble with tube amps is they have to warm up.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get a tube amp, it can sound shit until it's broken in and warmed up. Then it sounds great. It sounds great. It sounds great. It sounds shit. Because the amp.
But valves are only to do with power and power load. They are nothing to do with frequency response.
Nope.
But
nothing to do with frequency. They don't channel frequencies.
Because
frequency is all down to the reverberation from the speaker cones.
But they do taint.
They can, yes, because it does affect the signal.
We're getting into that.
It's how if I can put it into words, right? Because yes, it does power and channel the frequency, but it doesn't carry and produce it. So yes, it can affect how the signal's produced, but it doesn't affect the initial frequency, and it doesn't affect the frequency at the speaker. If you know what I mean. If you have the speaker, a really good speaker, that's all you need is a really good speaker.
With modern amp sims, you can make any amp sound how you want.
Solid state.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you use Class D amp, good, reasonable quality, but cheap.
Never going to heat up. Never going to fucking have faulty valves.
As you said, a good speaker or a pair of speakers if it's home audio, you know. Yep. And then if you want to change that sound, then
put a different distortion pedal in front.
Yep.
And
exactly, Block.
It's home hi-fi, really, because you just run a preamp.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all
exactly, Block. Actually, I'm going to correct myself.
I'll put one of them through it.
Yeah. I'm going to correct myself. I did technically make a mistake there because it does affect signal. It does carry and affect signal, right? The valve does, but not enough for the human ear to actually pick it up.
Yeah.
Even a trained audiophile, I don't care who it is, and Glenn Fricker has proven this time and time again.
So much
put solid state. It's called the Fletcher-Munson effect.
Yeah.
Right. You put solid state next to a valve in a recording with everything else going on. Even a trained audiophile is not going to be able to tell the difference.
No.
You put the oscilloscope in front of them with the waveforms. Yeah, they'll be able to tell you which is which then.
Yeah.
Because it affects the signal enough to where you can see it on a meter. You know, but the human ear's not fucking that attuned to be able to pick up the difference between the valve and a solid state.
No.
If you have a good pair of ears, and I'm on about age and everything, and you haven't damaged them, like I probably have over the years, you're talking, what, 20,000, 20 hertz to
20 kilohertz.
30,000 kilohertz is audible range, maybe.
Yep.
Reality for me now, probably I can feel bass down to obviously 20, but you're probably talking around 35, 40.
I think it's the older you get, the more lower end you can hear.
Yeah.
And the higher end. The higher end start to go, which I have.
And it's the opposite. When you're younger, you hear less low end, more higher end frequencies. Because I remember that specifically because when I think I was around about 20 years old or something, they were going to actually bring this in over here in the UK.
Yeah.
They were actually going to start testing in specific towns and cities a special kind of alarm. It was a deterrent for teenagers and kids to stop them hanging about, like, you know, in gangs and specific areas, but it was only audible to them because it was beyond a certain frequency range that adults couldn't hear.
So what's
so it was more in the higher end.
That's brilliant. Us alpha can still go out and cause trouble.
Absolutely. Hell's grannies.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Sorry, Martin. Don't mean to shatter the illusion. Sorry. Yeah,
Look,
it's in the speaker that if you want a human ear to be able to hear a difference, change the speaker.
Yeah. Oh no,
I agree.
Whether you like the guy or not, the guy has yet to be proven wrong. Glenn Fricker has yet to be proven wrong. He's been saying it. He's been saying that the sound is in the speakers because so many guitarists keep coming on and saying sound is in the player, sound is in the player's hands, sound is in the wood that the guitar's made of, sound is in the fucking pickups it's made of, sound is in the amp head, sound is in whether it's solid state or valve, and it's all bollocks. The human ear can't hear those differences.
No.
The only time that the human ear's ever able to hear a difference audibly is when the speaker's changed, because it affects the frequency enough. It affects the frequency drastically.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just Glenn. Christian Cole's done the same experiment.
Christian Cole says it as well. Yep. So does Bobby.
Yeah.
There's been so many other.
Scott. Oh shit. Even he says it. That was only one time I said the name. It was only one time I said the name. It's only once. We've got two more. I've got 2 strikes. 2 more strikes left.
We're off.
Exactly.
Precisely.
So many of the audiophile guys over the years.
Attack is in both the pickup and the fingers. Attack is in the hand, wrist, and pickups.
You will notice a difference in playback, what you play it back through.
Yep.
Amps make a difference. Cables.
I'm saying that as a bass player, by the way. Attack is in the hands as well. Because that's one thing that I always used to get complimented on in any band, in quite a few bands that I was in, was they would have had other bass players play the same stuff that I was playing, but because I was playing punk, I've got really fucking... I properly attack those strings when I'm playing, because I'm bass is percussion, so you need to accent certain notes, and the only way to get a proper accent and punctuate a certain beat is by fucking really hammering the string. So attack's definitely in the hand as well. But yeah, definitely pick up as well. Yep, that definitely affects it.
Speaker playback, when you're listening something back, then that matter, you start to notice differences with speakers and amps and cables, and it gets expensive.
True, Block. True.
But most of that now, if you're using Class D amps, it rules that out, because Class D
just what you said there, though. I mean, it's basically rendering all this technology fucking irrelevant now. And it has its pros and its cons. The con, if you ask me, is you're going to lose the beauty and the design of a lot of these fucking amps. You're going to use, because to look at some of the old style amps, the old style valve amps are just gorgeous to look at, man.
Yeah.
Even the modern valve amps, they're all using like fucking neon valves and shit now, and just gorgeous. You're going to start losing all the kind of visual aesthetics now, but at the same time, the pros outweigh those cons. Fucking epically fucking outweigh the fucking cons, especially when it comes to value for money. Because you're not going to there you go. You've got what used to cost a minimum of about £200 in the early to mid 90s in an amp, in a pedal box form.
Yep.
At only 66 fucking quid, and it sounded like that. With such a basic setup, it sounded like fucking Dimebag himself had just fucking made it. It blows my fucking mind, man.
The thing is, Gary, right, you're talking about a studio. You're talking about the perfect room which will be built out of solid concrete. It will be perfectly sound deadened behind it before anything is put up.
Yep.
Then it will be whatever covering they're using, which usually MDF or something similar as a wall covering. Then that'll have sound deadening fitted to that, and then they will put sound baffle boards up.
Yep.
To get the perfect dead zone.
Yep.
If you go and watch one of what is Jordan Valentine, Hardcore Music Studios, he's getting better mixers just from a basic room like this because he's listening to it how everybody else is listening to the mix.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's what I was going to say as well.
Pinpoint frequencies. It's like it's just more like what Bobby does, more of a broad spectrum.
Because that's what I was going to say. Like Gary was saying there about, well, a lot of studios use all the expensive gear, but that depends. It all boils down to what are you going to be recording and producing. Because if it's just going to be like stuff for, you know, the general fucking, no, I don't mean this derogatory, but just the general plebs, general music plebs, which are just general listeners, they don't give a fuck how it was recorded. They just want it to sound a certain way. They want it to sound like pleasing to the ears, and you don't need all that fucking shitty fucking sell your kidneys kind of fucking equipment. You don't need that. Fair enough. If you're going to be recording for cinema or TV or anything to do with like specifically targeted sound, like if you're looking to replicate a specific range of sound, yes, you need the really expensive shit because you're going into proper accurate frequencies. You need that shit.
Yeah.
But you don't need it. All you need is a decent set of ears and very basic equipment, and you can actually. That's the whole fundamental thing that Bobby teaches.
Yeah.
Just take the very basics, and you can still produce something that can be listened to on radio.
Going back to Jordan, there's a lot of time he'll mix with just earpods.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's like, well, that's what people listen to music through.
Yeah. Said it last time. I'm in fucking those Superlux HD6 fucking 10s that Bill got me onto.
Yeah. See, in an ideal
a 30 quid set of headphones, that's it.
In an ideal world, every CD or track that you download or vinyl record that you buy would be mixed specifically for you and what you're listening to it on. You can't. It's never going to happen.
Yeah,
it's never going to happen.
You've got to mix a track, record, whatever, for the general public.
And most of well, pretty much all the general public don't give a fuck about, you know, we had to fucking use this specific compressor that costed, you know, a minimum of 20 grand for one channel, you know, but because we could only get this specific sound, fair dues, you know, but the general public are going to turn around and go, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
General public don't give a fuck.
Song sounded good.
The using a lot of plugins. They don't give a shit whether you're using stock plugins or fucking waves.
Nobody gives a fuck about that shit.
Don't give a shit. Does it sound good? Yes, no.
Case in point, did anybody give a fuck how Van Halen recorded like a lot of his stuff back in the day? No, it wasn't really until he started doing his own tech that people started going, oh, he must know what he's talking about. And then they went back and started paying attention to what he did.
Yeah.
You know, so nobody really gives a fuck.
Is what people, because a lot of the studios are going to be having to mix their albums for what people are mixing on playing it on.
That's why
the problem, it's usually, well, look, I'm listening to it on my iPhone or whatever.
Yeah. That's why a lot of mixers that both me and G.
Yep.
To do what they call the car test.
Yep.
Worst place.
Car. Yeah, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Worst place to listen to music.
And also the phone test. Can you hear the bass and the kick pedal when you're listening to it on a phone speaker? Not through phone headphones, but through the phone speaker. Can you hear the kick pedal and the bass? If you can't, you need to go back and do something else. So it might sound good on your big fucking expensive speakers, and it might sound great in your expensive headphones, but as Lee said, you take it into your car and it sounds shit on them, or it sounds shit on your mobile phone speaker, then you've not taken into account everything. You've only mixed for that one specific source, and that was your speakers.
Yep.
Yeah. You see what you've caused now, Gary?
Exactly, Martin.
Yeah, fucking Gary.
That's everybody at the end of the day. It's only the only people that give a fuck are proper audiophiles and engineers and producers. They're the only people that really give a fuck. And even when it comes to producers and mixers, the majority of the time, the only thing that they're really paying attention to is, man, that all really gelled well together and sounded kick-ass. They'll even do that, and they'll maybe analyse it later and go, I can tell you used this on that.
Most producers are like, is the performance good? That's all they give a shit about.
Yep.
Most audiophiles, right, and I'm not an audiophile, but I suppose I am into high-end or hi-fi, but most audiophiles are fucking arseholes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Because they will like one specific set of speakers or one specific amp or trying to change their mind about it. My God, it's fucking, you think guitars are bad?
It's like we said before, your average listener don't care whether it's recorded on a real amp, an amp modeler, or a fucking amp sim. All they care about, does it sound good?
Yeah. Was it played well?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what Gary's saying there about how it's recorded with delay, so that you don't have to put it on and leave it on as a plug-in to use up less RAM. That's something you don't need to worry about these days now.
No.
Majority of DAWs, digital audio workstations, and plugins even, the majority of them nowadays are very, very efficient on memory. They've had to be because that's the whole beauty. That's the whole. That's the whole target point basically for their market.
Yeah,
even
back in the day, vocals weren't recorded through a delay.
Yeah,
they had a delay afterwards.
Yeah,
it went through a delay and then through a separate channel.
Yeah, but I mean now the most of these companies are making the software now for. It's no longer just for the people that can afford it, like in big bands. The market's so much fucking bigger now because it's so accessible for people at home. So they've had to make them more efficient and less CPU heavy and RAM heavy. I think I remember Bobby saying he's still only using, 8 or 16 gig RAM?
I think it's
on his Mac.
16. He's recently upgraded his Mac.
And I think Glenn said you only really need about 8 or 16 gig for Reaper as well.
He's upgraded his
Mac. Well, in this PC that I've got, that I record everything on, this has only got 16 gig in it.
Yep. I mean, certainly if you want to go to like the extremes and get like 32 to 64 even, yeah. And if you want to get a really fucking powerful processor. Is it going to make things better? Absolutely. Yeah, it'll make it a hell of a lot quicker, and you'll get a shit ton less latency. You'll be able to keep a lot more. You won't have to fucking record it with all the VSTs on and not be able to mess about with the VSTs post-recording. But if you have all that, it's going to make it a lot easier, yeah. But you don't need it.
AMD 995X will take a terabyte of RAM. You just got to afford the terabyte of RAM.
Yeah.
A terabyte. Holy shit.
Do you know, the last person I actually built a computer or helped him build one?
A certain Geordie.
Yeah. Was so fucking clueless about when it comes down to, I need RAM for gaming. Not with what you're playing, you don't, because you're only using one channel of RAM for that game. But I need more. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
What I do? No, this argument went on for hours. And in the end, I said to him, I said, the weak point of your PC is not the CPU. It is not the RAM. It is not your SSD drive. It's not even the fucking gaming card. It's the channels on the fucking board between. Because that is where you get the bottleneck. If everything else is as fast as you can make it, that link between your RAM and your processor and your graphics card is going to throttle it.
Yeah.
He couldn't
going back to Marty's point.
I don't know a lot about them as well. I put one together, but I don't know
Believe
I don't know.
Believe me.
I know that'll throttle it. That's, you know, I know that much. Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Nick was trying to tell him as well.
I mean, even that setup I've got there, right? It's the 5800X CPU. I've got 32 matched, obviously. Corsair Vengeance, 32 gig of that RAM.
Yep.
And yeah, but I still want that's pretty much overkill for a.
It's plenty.
See, if I was to decide all I ever wanted to record was metal, that's way overkill for that.
Yeah. It's plenty, mate.
It's only because I use like a lot of fucking synth VSTs and shit. They can be quite heavy, and you can't record. You can't, to use the Reaper terms, you can't record and print synths. You know, because you might listen back to the mix and you want to tweak them ever so slightly, and you might need to go back and mess with the ADSR, the attack, delay, sustain, and
the other place
whatever it is.
A lot of RAM is
you need that open all the time, so it can be quite CPU and RAM heavy. But even now, I want to
don't take my advice. I'm just an old git.
Ideally, I want to upgrade to the 5900 processor and 64 gig of RAM, but I don't know if I can with that motherboard. I think I can.
Yeah,
sure I can. I don't know if the CPU. I don't know if I can upgrade the CPU. RAM, I can. I know that much.
See, what will take a lot of RAM, generally speaking, is photo editing, film editing.
Yeah,
I do a bit of film editing as well,
and drawing any artwork.
Drawing. Well, I don't draw on the PC, but I use it to store stuff and play video back, video editing, and sometimes I'll do photo editing in there
but
on the PC.
Going back to DAWs, these days, stock plugins will get you a fucking radio ready sound anytime.
Yeah, Totally. That's the whole. That again, going back to what I was saying earlier, and what you said, Lee. That's the beauty of Bobby's stuff.
Yeah.
And even Scott, I nearly had my second strike there.
You know,
even that American says it as well. You know, you don't need the expensive shit. Not for metal, not for a lot of fucking music genres.
No.
Unless you're recording a symphonic orchestra, you don't need expensive shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't.
If you want to record anything that's based in rock music, stock everything.
I don't think many of us are going to be like recording the London Symphony Orchestra anytime soon.
Exactly. So why fork out thousands? You don't even need, even hundreds is too much for a lot of stuff that we record for.
You know as well as I do with computers, right? It's like cars, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And this happened with that person from in the north of England. It's a willy waving contest.
I was just going to say, is ego involved in this equation?
You know, it's like Nick. You know, I mean, we're all mates with Nick. I love Nick to bits, right?
Uh-huh.
Nick was the cause of half of that fucking trouble because Nick kept buying graphics cards and was buying this and was buying that. And every fucking time he came online, he'd go, "Oh, well, Nick's bought this. I need to get this." No, you don't.
You don't need. It will improve. It will improve, but you don't need it.
That PC of his, at last that I knew, was 6,900 quid he'd spent on it.
Oh, right. Let me put this into perspective, right? Do you remember when I was doing the Wire Talk with Big G?
Yeah.
And doing the Saturday Night Vapor, how another person from up north, certain person, he mentioned about how great my stream looked, especially how great my camera looked. Do you know what I was running that whole stream with? A shitty motherboard and a 710 graphics card. That's what I was running that stream on. You don't need the expensive shit. All you need to do is learn the fucking basics of what you have. And you can have it looking great or sounding great. Learn the basics of what you're using, and you can have it looking or sounding great without spending money or a lot of it. Just learn your fucking shit.
Yeah.
Basically.
Learn your craft.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, do you remember when I was doing the Misfits, right? And we kept having the show go down. Every so often, the internet would go off, right? I'll tell you this story.
Wi-Fi and not hardlined.
Right. The story was, oh, fucking Wi-Fi's gone off. That's it. I'm getting on to beta. I'm going to kick off on Monday. Sure. Where does your Wi-Fi, where does your Ethernet cable come in?
Oh, in the living room in the house. Where are you sitting? In a shed out the back of the house.
Right, it gets better. No, I got him. I even borrowed a tool off Dave Renshaw, which he hadn't given back. But anyway, we laid a new cable from the house all the way to his shed, hardwired it properly. So it was all hardwire plugged, yeah? Plugged it to his PC. There's this neat little cover goes over the top. Plugs it in, ran perfect. It was spot on.
Yep.
We're sorted, Sean. Nice one. We're sorted, mate. Comes to the show, stream goes off. Oh, that was fucking bad. Sean, what have you done? Oh, I've not done fuck all. I haven't done anything. Right, there's a clip on his case. There's a clip-on bit that goes on to cover the cables. He put the cover on and pushed the cable. So it pushed the Ethernet cable backwards in the socket on the motherboard.
Mm-hmm.
So it was pulling the Ethernet cable out. Yeah, that's roughly what I said, along with another few choice words.
And I'm about to make that sound again because I just read what Martin was saying. Like I said, I don't know enough about computers, but I know enough to even know that I'm annoyed at that. What a dick.
There's nothing you can say, really, Martin, apart from you just sort of go, anyway.
I've still got a great graphics card that's never going to be able to get to its full potential. Yay.
The best thing at that point, Martin, is to say, where did I put my beer house?
Hang on, let me just do you a favour. I'll pour it over this fucking shit heap of a PC.
It's like for the past 3.5 years, I've been running mine off a gaming laptop, which is 16 gig of RAM, AMD processor. It does me fine.
That's what I'm saying. Again, it boils down to what are you going to use it for? What do you need it? What do you need that PC to do? Right? Do you need it for photos? Okay, you're going to need, like you said, you're going to need a good processor. You're going to need a good amount of RAM. You're going to use it for video. Same applies. You're going to use it for music. Don't need a hell of a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Unless you're recording a symphonic orchestra. Are you going to use it for gaming? Okay, then you're really going to have to fucking start thinking about things. You're really going to have to go. If you want a decent setup, you're going to be spending. You're going to be spending a good amount of money to have a decent. You want a good setup that'll just run the games and you'll still have fun, and you won't be sitting there going, I don't want this to be at like 4K anyway. I'm quite happy with just normal 1080 and so many frames per second. You don't need it to be all the expensive top performance shit.
No, you don't.
I've seen both. I've seen 1080, full 4K graphics and like the 3090 or 4090 graphics cards. And I've seen 1080p. And to be honest, 1080p is not that on a good screen.
There isn't that much difference.
Not on a 1080 monitor, but I'll be honest, right? I used to be, I was always a console gamer, right from late teens to, late 20s. And then I stopped for quite a few years until I got my first PC, which, as you heard, was a bit of a shit heap, but it ran a stream really well. And I also edited photos on that, so it done actually really well for even photo editing, believe it or not. But I wanted a decent wee gaming setup because I was watching Nick, obviously sitting here in Discord, and I'm watching him playing, and with him having Discord Nitro, he can stream in 1440 at 60 frames a second. Right?
It's always
so he can stream in 1440 through Discord at 60 frames a second, and I was like, dude, that looks fucking gorgeous, and it's running a lot smoother than even a console, even the best console. And he's like, well, of course, because it's, it's a decent fucking CPU. It's a good CPU. It's a good GPU, decent amount of RAM, all of that together. That's why it's running like that. And I was like, that's how I want my games to look, because I like games to look the absolute best.
Yeah.
Never used to bother about frames, but that's when he was like, what do you want games wise? How good do you want them to look? And I told him, he's like, you're looking for at least 2K then. You're looking for at least this in a graphics card, this in a CPU, and this for the motherboard. And I'm like, right, fair dues. And holy fuck, man, what a difference.
Yeah.
And it does look gorgeous if you have it in 1440 and it's averaging about 100 frames, 80 to 100 frames. You really fucking notice it really good at ultra settings.
Oh, smooth.
It's beautiful. That first time I saw Cyberpunk playing in 80 to 100 average at 1440, I was like, I'm in fucking heaven. Hogwarts fucking, was it Hogwarts Legacy or something like that it's called?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, that's gorgeous in this.
It's
absolutely gorgeous.
The thing was, Nick tried. He jumped in a few times with me and him who should not be mentioned, and he tried advising him, but he wouldn't listen.
He can't help himself sometimes, though. He goes a bit too technical. Nick sometimes goes too technical.
Yeah, but if you're asking a question about it, all right, Nick maybe does get. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I know what he's talking about, but
yeah, same here.
It's like it was just like
what I mean is,
just trying to give him advice, and he just.
But what I mean is, when you've got somebody that has their heart set on getting the absolute best of the best for no reason other than having the absolute best of the best, when everything else that's going to be working for it is shit, you can't change their minds. You're not. Nick is 100% certain when you tell him what you want something to do in a computer, he knows precisely what he'll definitively tell you specific parts that he knows will work in a specific combination to the best of its ability for what you want it for. But to somebody that's got their heart set on a specific GPU just because this person says it's the absolute best, but they're not going to be able to afford the CPU to make it run at the absolute best, you're not going to change their mind still. Do you know what I mean? So they don't want to listen to somebody like that.
Oh, yeah, all the time, Martin. Don't get me wrong, over the years I've built a lot of PCs, and I've dealt with people like that over the years, and you just get to a point where your brain just sort of goes, oh, okay, whatever.
Oh, even Glenn Fricker will say that as well. Sometimes he's just like, well, there's no point in arguing with you, so fuck it. If you want to make that mistake, I'll help you do it.
You want to spend an extra £3,000-4,000 on something that is not going to do anything more? Okay, go for it.
Come back and tell me after you've spent all that money if you're happy or not. I guarantee you're still going to say no. You're still going to be searching for initially.
He who shall not be named up in the north only games. He only games on that PC. Oh, and obviously does Twitch or whatever if he's still doing it. He could have gone and bought a PS5 and done that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And saved.
Oh, it's a mini.
What, £6,000? £6,000.
Is a lot of money for anybody.
It's just insane to me.
It's a shame it's a mini setup, Gary, because like if it was even a mid, you could have got away with the 6900, which is not a bad price these days now. 6900 XT, it's either it's between 12 and 18 fucking giga VRAM. It's full 4K. So, but it's 3 fans. That's the only thing. So it would fit in a mid, probably in a mid just. But
you might be able to mod the case.
But I'm just thinking airflow though.
Airflow would be a nightmare. But Nick did manage it with Jenny's.
At the same time though, if he's liquid cooling, I don't know if it'd be a problem. You probably could mod it easy then. But if it was air cooled, then you don't want to be changing the shape.
No,
Nick managed it with Jenny's, didn't he?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice setup Jenny's got as well.
Oh yeah.
Mine's is air cooled as well, but I've never seen it go any higher than fucking. I've still to see it go higher than 60 or 70. Between 60 and 70, I think it's the highest it's ever went. And that's in ultra settings. Still. Yeah. It's for some, and that the case has got a lot to do with that as well, though.
Gary's sending me links.
Leanne Lee 216, I think it is. Something cool. Land cool. Leanne Lee Land Cool 216, that's what it is. So it's got two full size fans at the front for intake. And then I've got a deep cool four piece or 4 section cooler for the CPU. But one of the top fan on the front of the case the intake blows directly onto that cooler and just comes straight out the back. So it's literally like it's cool air that comes out of the back of this thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be awkward getting a fucking graphics card in that game.
Yeah. Minis it generally is.
There is another way of doing it. Run a standalone graphics card.
Externally. Mount it externally. Yep. But you'd have to independently cool that as well. Outside of the fucking...
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's not going to be cheap, so to be honest, you would probably be better just buying a new fucking case.
Probably.
No, I don't think you would probably... I don't know if you'd have to change the board, because you can get like the... What do you call them? To stop the GPU sag, you get the wee pillars for the corners now. So long as the fucking PCIe slot's fucking big enough for the GPU, you can fit that.
Yeah, that's true as well, Block.
Motherboard on it.
Would there be enough bandwidth on that graphics on that board?
See, that's the extent of my knowledge reached right there, because I don't know all that shit that you're getting into the realms of technicalities.
I'd have to look at the board, what board's in it, and go from there. But
that's where the likes of Lee, Matt, and Nick would have a field day.
Oh God, I mean, Nick and me arguing about stuff again.
Anyway, the hell, another 4-hour stream. I think we'll call it at that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lisa's eating your cheesecake, mate.
Yeah. Bastard.
Yeah, she's been quiet. She's been really quiet.
I think she's been editing photographs.
Either that, or you'll get downstairs and she'll just be fast asleep with the plate.
Yeah, she'll be in a cake coma.
She's been editing your cheesecake, mate. That's what she's been editing.
Fucking yeah. I want cheesecake. Cheese and cake.
Lee, we'll need to get you set up with a Discord, mate.
Yeah.
Because all this kind of shit, we could link up with Nick for and Ender. See, between Nick, Ender, and Dyer thing, see those three guys, they are the only guys you need to know. Yeah, if you ever want to know anything to do with computers. Nick's good with the practical side, and he's got good technical knowledge as well, but he's really good at putting them together, getting the best parts to work with X part. Dyer things, software background and hardware as well. Ender's just a fucking brain box. He's a mega brain with computers, man. And he works in the steel industry. I don't know. He should be working in computers, if you ask me.
I don't get it with Ender. It's like he's always worked in jobs with manual labour, hasn't he? He's always been that.
He could make a killing in the computer industry with his knowledge. I think for him, it's his hobby, and he enjoys it. So I respect that, because I wouldn't want to do anything that I enjoyed as a job, because it would just become a job then. Wouldn't it be something I enjoy?
But yeah, if you two guys want to say your goodbyes.
Yep. Cheers for watching, everybody. It was a bloody good one, actually. I enjoyed that. See you in the next one, which is probably going to be the birthday one, I would imagine.
Yeah, probably will be down.
Cool. Looking forward to it, man.
Going to get messy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's guaranteed.
That's it for me.
Yeah, same shit from me. Another show tomorrow if anyone wants to turn up. If you don't, fuck off. Don't give me shit.
Oh, yeah, we'll be doing Undesirables as well on Twitch tomorrow, no doubt, as well.
Ooh, I might venture over and be abusive.
Please do. It's always fun when people do that.
Have you got
I like the banter. I think it's always on.
Oh,
we need to keep track of time, so we need the sundial present.
I've got to come over now.
You can always tell when it's into your show, Mike's like this.
Yeah.
Disappears.
Yeah. Oh, it's time for medication in bed. All right. Okay.
I just want to take the arm off his chair or loosen it a bit. I just want to see Mike fall off his chair.
Do you know there was one time I thought he'd actually done that? He was actually down underneath the camera, but he was trying to sort of wire it or something under his desk, and I was like, "Is Mike fell asleep? Like properly? Is he like?"
Oh, we're gonna have to get Mike on here sometime.
No, I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
Mike, I love Mike. I love Mike to bits.
You never know because he has fell asleep on stream. He has done it.
The
More
best
than once.
one is just ban him for fuck's sake from talking about knives.
Dude,
Mike.
we've given up now because he's at least one a day these days.
Yeah.
So yeah, we just let him go. Because the thing is, there's people in the chat that actually love that as well. You know, so they're like, "Oh fuck, I've got this one, and it's fucking Damascus, and it's got this particular fucking polishing on it," and I'm like, "Is it sharp?" Good.
Just be grateful Mike's not got guns.
Oh fuck!
I think
Be waving those about on screen.
I think there's many 3-letter agencies around the world that are happy about that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I will be about tomorrow for our show tomorrow. It's been another random show of many subjects as usual, which is always good. Makes it more interesting. Makes it a bit of fun. So
Always.
Absolutely.
Yes, and if I don't see people before, we shall see them on the 28th for the birthday bash. And yeah, over to you.
Yeah, thanks everybody for coming. Yeah, it's been like these two guys have said, it's been another interesting one.
Yep.
Especially with a bit of show.
The blonde.
Bit of blonde.
Bit of blonde chuff.
Mm-hmm.
And as always, keep it loud, keep it heavy.